On August 27, 2015, St. Augustine police attended a local home to take a report about a break-in and destruction of property. 20 minutes later, they got a frantic call from the same address, reporting that a man was shooting at the home. By the time officers arrived, they found a bloody homicide scene. 2 victims in the home were identified as Amanda Cloninger Colley and Lindy Dobbins. They had both been shot. Detectives quickly learned that the victim's friend, Rachel Hendricks, had also been in the house at the time of the shooting. They bring her down to the station for questioning.
Have you been able to sleep? Are you getting any rest?
Yeah, I can sleep. I'm just like starting, I'm kind of like sick on my stomach though.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Alright, I know, do you remember talking to me the other day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you remembered because everything was so crazy.
I know. I remember everything.
Okay, good.
I know.
It's amazing.
So, I know.
It's important.
I know.
So, I just want to sort of go through it now that we're not there and everything's calmed down a little bit.
Okay.
And just very methodically and slowly go through it.
Okay.
But we got to get through some paperwork first, okay?
Okay.
Today's date is September 2nd, and it is 10:50 hours, and I'm here with Rachel Hendricks. And what's your date of birth, Rachel? Okay. This will be a sworn recorded interview taken by a law enforcement deputy pursuant to Florida Statute 11710. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the statement you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. What's your address?
St. Augustine, Florida, 32092.
And your phone number?
Cell phone.
Is that the phone that we have?
That's the phone you have.
Okay.
And my temporary cell phone number is.
That's okay.
So like in a dream.
How long have you known Amanda?
Since 2012.
Okay. How
A
did you
few
first
years.
meet her?
At a neighbor's house, just a little gathering
In the neighborhood?
Yeah, in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Friend's house.
What about Lindy?
Lindy, I met in 2011
Okay.
at
And
the
how'd you meet her?
community pool.
Okay. And you were close with both of them, I presume?
Yes, closer with Lindy,
Okay.
but close to both. Yes.
Okay. And did you know James Colley, Amanda's husband?
Yes.
How well?
Well enough that I babysat for him when he lost his job.
Okay.
He dropped his daughter Avery off at my house every day for several weeks throughout the summer. Saw him several times whenever I would go over there to, Amanda's house and just hang out with her.
Is this before they split up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you obviously know Chris, Lindy's husband?
Yes.
Okay. So you're close with both families,
Yes.
but closer with Lindy?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to last Thursday.
Okay.
And if you could start from the very beginning in the morning, you woke up and what happened?
Okay. I woke up, took my kids to school, dropped them off at about 8:30, went to a neighbor's house in the neighborhood who does my hair.
Mm-hmm.
Got my hair done, got a haircut, highlights. While I was at her house, times are a little foggy for me, but while I was
Sure.
at her house that morning, so between 8:30 a.m. and 10 a.m., I got a couple of phone calls from Lindy, and then a text following with all capital letters that said call me, and I knew that was if she put it all in capital letters, it was very important. Drop what you're doing, call me. So I wrote her back and I said, I'm getting my hair done right now, I can't talk, what's up? And she said, it's Amanda. And I said, okay, what's wrong? And she said, James came at 4 a.m. in the morning and ransacked her home, and she's very upset. I'm trying to leave work. She worked at Crocs at the outlet mall. I'm trying to leave work and go over there. And I said, you know, do you really need to go over there? I'm right around the corner. I can stop by, see if she's all right. You don't need to leave work. I can do this. And she wrote me back and said, I'm on my way. So it was between probably 10 and 10:15 a.m. When I got done with my hair. Lindy had just gotten there, and she was maybe there for a few minutes, 5-10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I called Lindy's phone, and I said, I'm done. Do I need to come over? She said yes, and hung up on me. So I went to Amanda's.
Was that strange to you that she said yes and hung up? Or do you think she was just...
No, it's just the way she was.
Okay.
We're kind of bossy to each other. So she was just like, yes, come over. I'll see you in a minute. Bye. And so I went over, and I just parked in the driveway, knocked on the door, and walked in.
Walked in which door?
The front door.
Okay.
So details like that.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Okay. So I parked in the driveway behind Lindy's car.
Okay.
And knocked on the door a few times, and then just walked right in the front doors. Closed the door, walked into the dining room area. Her house is a very open floor plan. Put my purse down on the dining room table. Gave Amanda a hug immediately. She was crying on my shoulder. She was very upset over the way that the house was trashed and ransacked. Lindy was there. Lamar was there. When I got done hugging Amanda, we just kind of just, you know, like all stood there and just kind of looked around at the mess that was everywhere and just kind of awe of what was all over the place. Just dirty laundry. TV in the living room was busted. You could tell that it was like punched, you know, like a fist had punched the TV. It was cracked. The master bedroom was just incomplete. The big screen TV was busted. In fact, a piece of the TV fell out and was on the floor in the master bedroom. There was clothes everywhere. Dishes, garbage from in the bathroom, in the master bathroom. The garbage had gone through and it was like strewn all over the floor. So I told Amanda that she needed to take pictures of all of everything, and that I felt like she needed to call her attorney because she was in the middle of a divorce, and let her attorney know, and that she needed to call the police. She proceeded to tell me that she didn't want to press charges on James because she did not want to have him put in jail for a year and be away from his kids for 1 year. So I said, well, you need to take pictures so you have evidence on your phone. So she started taking pictures of, specifically, we were in the master bathroom, and she started taking pictures of like the garbage that he had strewn all over the floor in there. There was broken glass and like tissues and just garbage.
What was the broken glass from?
A wine glass, maybe, like some sort of drinking glass.
Okay.
Yeah. It was like purple.
The glass was purple.
Yeah, it was like either purple or
so
maybe
it was thin
like
glass.
It was thin. It was a drinking glass of some sort. It was either a wine glass or maybe like just like a drinking glass.
But it was purple.
It was either purple or it was like a
it wasn't just
tinted glass color. So it was either like a tinted purple or tinted brown.
Okay, but it wasn't just plain clear.
No.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Lamar was standing in the kitchen washing dishes, and he said, Rachel, come here. And I said, okay. So he called. I followed him out to the garage. He said, I want to show you something. Come here. And he took me from the kitchen through the laundry room out to the garage. He turned on the light and said that he had cleared out the garage so that Mia could park her car in the garage and have a parking spot to hide her car and close the garage. I said, okay, that was nice of you and everything. So her car was parked in the garage, and the garage door was closed. And he took me over to where the garbage cans, their house garbage cans, the big ones that you put out by the street. There was one or two garbage cans, kind of like in the front of the garage by the garage door.
Mm-hmm.
There was a chair, a folding chair, like a baseball, like a one that you would take to an event. There was a folded chair set up, pointing out to the driveway. So it was basically like if the garbage cans were sitting here, the chair was sitting positioned somewhat in the middle of the garbage can chairs,
Okay.
facing the driveway.
Okay.
So he proceeds to tell me that that chair was positioned there. I guess they either knew or felt like from 4 a.m. when he came to ransack the home that he was trying to coax Amanda over there at 4 a.m. between 4 and 5 at some point. I know that he called her phone that morning at that time and tried to coax her to come to the house, and felt like that chair was sitting there facing the driveway waiting for her to come up into the driveway at that point.
Okay.
He told me that that Amanda did not feel comfortable going to the house at 4 a.m. When James called. She wanted to wait till daylight to go home and see what had happened. I was just in disbelief that, I could just envision this chair sitting here pointing out to the driveway. Why? Pointing out to the driveway was just kind of sickening. So, I just was like, that's just weird. I don't know what to say. I walked back into the house from the garage, walked through the laundry room. There was laundry, like I said, just drug out all across the floor. And I said, did he do this too? And Lamar said, yeah, he went through, every piece of clothing, looking for traces of, I guess, a boyfriend. I wasn't involved with their relationship.
Okay.
I knew that they had a relationship, but I didn't know details of their relationship. That was none of my business. So, like I said, I was just kind of just like in shock, just looking around, and I walked back over to the TV in the living room, and like I said before, the house is a very open floor plan. So it's basically, when you walk through the front doors, it goes into a foyer that opens up into the dining room to the right, the living room straight ahead of you, and the kitchen to the right. It's all open. And I walked, Lamar stayed over by the sink, which is to the right side of, if you're facing the house.
Right.
It's to the right side of the house. I walked over to the left side of the house where the flat screen TV was up against the wall, would butt up against the master bedroom, and just kind of just looked at it and was examining it and just kind of giving my 2 cents. That's, you can clearly see how he punched the TV, so he was just so mad that he would punch a TV and put a fist through a TV. It was about that time that the sliding glass doors were either bifold or trifold to where they would open. There's a huge set of sliding glass doors that go out into the backyard. And I don't know if it opens and then it opens again.
Right.
And then one more time. But anyway, it was a big set of sliding glass doors. I believe there were vertical blinds on that door that may have been drawn closed, but open to where I could see out. Okay. So I was standing there looking at the TV, and like I said, I was on the left side of the house, of the living room, and Lamar was in the kitchen, the right side of the room. And at that time, Lindy and Amanda were, I don't know. I believe they were behind me, but I don't. All I know is that I was standing here, Lamar was here.
Okay.
I don't believe Lindy and Amanda were standing out in the open, because it was Lamar and I. And there was just a loud explosion, shattering, the sound of shattering. I looked over at Lamar, I said, "What the hell?" And looked at the sliding glass door and saw a small hole, a bullet hole in the glass, and it was kind of shattered all around it. And I just kind of sat there and thought for a second, what's going on?
Right.
trying to put the like, did a rock just fly through the window? What is going on? This is really weird. So I looked at the sliding glass door, and I saw James standing in the backyard behind, they have a black fence in their backyard, and he was standing behind the black fence on a jogging path that circulates the neighborhood, and it goes through the back of their yard behind their black fence.
Okay.
It's a jogging path for the neighborhood. So he was standing behind the black fence on the jogging trail. He was wearing a white shirt, a long sleeve white button-down collared shirt, black pants, black shoes. I saw that there was someone standing there holding a gun, pointing it through the windows and shooting. Lamar saw and screamed gunshots, and he ran. He ran from the kitchen, through the laundry room, out the garage door. He was gone. I never saw him again. Me, Lindy, and Amanda were obviously screaming and just screaming, hide, hide. So we both ran, we all three ran into the master bedroom, to the master bath. Lindy ran into the closet. I followed Lindy into the closet and closed the closet door. And by the time I had closed the closet door, Amanda was standing outside of the closet door in the master bathroom, and I heard James's voice. And he was screaming at Amanda, and he wanted to know, where is he? Where is he? Where the F is he? He was looking for Amanda's boyfriend. Amanda was screaming back at him. Like I said, I was in the closet. I was barricading the door and trying to keep Lindy and I from exposure to him. So I was standing up against the door. I had my hand on the handle. There was no lock. I was trying to lock it, but I realized there's no lock on the closet door, so let me hold it and just keep him out. So I had my foot wedged up underneath like the crack of the door, and my arm or my hand on the closet door, just trying to lock us in there. Lindy ran and ducked down. There was a small chest, maybe hip height, in the closet, walking into the closet door on the right side. So there was a chest of drawers, a small chest of drawers on the right side of the closet, and Lindy ran and ducked down behind that on the right side of the closet. So Lindy called 911. We had been told previously from experience of dealing with Amanda's separation from James and events that had happened, him burning her clothes, threatening her. She would always go to Lindy's house, and we would call the police over there because Amanda didn't want any of her neighbors to see police activity at her house. She was embarrassed, didn't want them to know what was going on. And the police had once told Amanda that if she ever felt scared or threatened by James at any point, if he was, if she just ever felt scared, to call 911 on your cell phone and just set the phone down, and it will all be recorded and they will dispatch someone. So Lindy remembered that and called 911. She showed me her phone. She kind of like held it up and she said, "I'm calling 911. And I just was like, okay, so she had called 911. She was ducking down. I was holding the door. James was standing outside of the door, right outside of the door, screaming at Amanda still, just wanting to know, where is he? Where is he? Where the F is he? Very, like just real mean, screaming at her. And she was yelling. She was kind of like crying, yelling, screaming back that I don't know where he is. I don't know. That's Rachel and Lindy in the closet. It's Rachel and Lindy. I swear it's just Rachel and Lindy. And then I heard a gunshot. And so I knew that basically I heard a gunshot, maybe two, and never heard anything else out of Amanda's mouth.
Okay.
Nothing. Lindy screamed from the closet and said, "It's Lindy, it's Lindy." And I was still holding the door, and he was trying to open it and get in and realized that somebody's somebody's trying to keep him from coming in the closet. He said, open the effing closet door, open the door. I wouldn't open it. He said, I'm going to shoot. He shot once through the closet door. It grazed my arm, right on my elbow. Grazed my arm. Maybe shot through it one more time. I can't remember like exactly how many times. It was definitely once because it grazed me, and then I believe maybe one more time. And then when he did that, I kind of just like went numb, and he just opened the door. So when he opened the door, it opened in onto me, which put me behind the door, and I had my hand still on the doorknob, but it came in on me. So he walked past me, several inches from my face. I saw him walk by me. He had blood dripping down from the side of his face, off of his face, and I just remember thinking, why is he bleeding? What is wrong? And so he walked by me pretty fast, like on a mission, walked up to Lindy. She was in sight because she was still ducking down in the same spot, and she was kind of putting her hands over her head, squatting, ducking. He walked straight up to her, was holding his gun. I saw it was a black handgun. Was holding it the whole time. You know, we walked past me, had the gun, walked straight up to Lindy, pointed it straight at her head, and I slid from behind the closet door and ran. I don't remember how I got from the closet to outside the front house. That is the only thing that I don't recall of how I made it out.
You don't remember which door you used, you mean?
I used the front door.
Okay.
I just don't know what I jumped over, who I jumped over, what happened. I just know that I slid from behind the closet door and ran as fast as I could.
Okay.
And the whole time I was running, I was thinking, he's going to shoot me from behind. Be prepared to fall. I'm going to get shot in the back. I ran out the front doors. I didn't go to the neighbor immediately to the left. I went to the house next to that, thinking if I run next door, it might be too obvious for him. Let me try to go hide. Went to the 2 houses over, banged on their door, rang their doorbell, looked through their door. Nobody was home. Knew that I needed to run, so I continued to run. I was going to try to run in between the 2 houses and hide in someone's backyard, but they had a white, large 6-foot vinyl fence. And I just knew that I couldn't, get over, jump the fence and hide. And I didn't feel safe because he came from outside in. Mm-hmm. So my thought was that he's going to have to come back outside at some point. So that's when I ran to, I believe it was 2 houses over. I ran to their house, knocked on their door, rang their doorbell, and just walked in because the door was unlocked. I just walked in, locked it behind me, and told them what was going on and that I needed police. The woman that lives there, her father was there babysitting her daughter, and he called 911.
Okay.
From that point, they wanted to speak to me, obviously, and I stayed on the phone with dispatch until they got there. I was hiding in their master closet because I was scared to death that he was going to come find me. Mm-hmm. He knew I was in the house. I knew that he doesn't like me. He didn't like Amanda only had, that was close to her, was me and Lindy, and he didn't like that. So, I was afraid he was going to come try to find me and kill me too.
Right.
I forgot to mention this, but when he came into the closet and he walked past me and walked up to Lindy, she screamed, "Oh my God, no!" And he just shot her. He didn't say anything to her. Nothing, just shot her. And when I heard that shot, I didn't hear anything from her either. So after Amanda had been shot the first time and after Lindy had been shot, there was no other words out of their mouths. Those were their last words. So I knew that there was no, I figured they were dead.
Right. I'm going to back up a little and
Okay.
recap some stuff.
Okay.
You said Lamar was in the kitchen.
Yes.
And what was he doing in the kitchen? Do you recall?
Washing dishes at the sink.
And the blinds in the living room, you think they were closed but turned so that you could see out, or were they pushed slightly open or all the way open, or do you recall?
I don't recall exactly, but they were not opened all the way.
Okay.
Because I remember having to kind of like look through something. So they were either
like if there was a gap in them.
Yes.
Okay.
So I remember looking through a gap to see him standing in the backyard.
And 100% certain it was James in the backyard?
100% positive.
Okay.
Yes.
And you're familiar with him from past contact when you babysat their kids?
Yep. And I'm familiar with his voice. I'm familiar with his face. I'm familiar with him. Yes.
Was he saying anything while he was in the backyard? Did you hear anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I just heard the gunshots. They were very loud, and then it was just so fast. So I can't say that I'm 100% positive, but I'm almost certain that he came through the sliding glass doors that he shot through, and that's how he got into the house.
Okay.
And in my mind, when he walked by me and had the blood dripping off of his face, I was assuming it was because he jumped through the sliding glass doors and maybe cut himself or scraped himself, and that's why he was bleeding.
Right. Okay. When he was standing outside, he was on the other side of the fence, though?
Yes.
Okay. And you never saw him jump it or open it or anything?
No.
Because you were already running?
Yes, we were running.
Did you see any blood on his shirt at that point? Or on his person? Prior to him coming in?
No.
Okay. When you were in the closet, when you ran in and you and Lindy ran into the closet, did you see where Amanda was essentially hiding or going, or?
She was in the she was in the master bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Like in the tub, the shower, the toilet?
She was just standing in the bathroom.
Okay.
When we got into the closet, so I was not able to see if she tried to go into the toilet room or the shower, but I didn't hear the door close. I didn't hear anything, so I assumed that she was just standing out in the open bathroom.
Okay.
Because it was very loud. It sounded like they were just like right on the other side of the closet door, like right next to me.
Right.
So the closet door was really the only thing that was in between us.
Right. Whenever he was yelling at Amanda, were you saying anything? Were you crying? Were you quiet, screaming?
I was quiet.
Okay.
Breathing fast, obviously, very scared. But I stayed quiet, and Lindy was the one that screamed out, "It's Lindy, it's Lindy."
Okay.
Trying to let him know that it's just Rachel and Lindy in here.
Right. That Lamar's not in here.
Mm-hmm.
How were you holding the door? Were you holding it like this? Or were you holding it like this? Or how were you holding the door?
I was... Can I show you?
Yeah.
Okay. This is flipped.
Yeah, it's opposite.
Right.
Because it
so it's
opens
opposite,
this way.
so it opens this way. So this would be like the crack in the corner. So I was standing like this with my leg kind of like in a squat position, and I had my hand on the doorknob.
Okay.
So I was standing with my left hand holding the doorknob and my left leg and foot wedged under here, just trying to...
Okay, so your back was to the wall and the door opened this way, and this is the doorknob that you're holding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then do you remember seeing the shot come through?
Mm-hmm. It was, the doorknob was right here, and one came through right here because it grazed right here in the crack of my arm, like at my elbow.
Okay.
So one came through here, and then another one came through where my elbow was.
Okay. And then did you let go of the door, or did you push it in, or how?
Both.
Okay.
Both. At that point, I kind of just realized that he's going to get in no matter how he wants to get in, or if we invite him in or not, he's coming in. So I kind of just let it go, and he just pushed it in on me.
Okay, and can you show me how you were standing behind the door?
Mm-hmm.
So the door opens.
Don't we see on this
Yeah,
side? Since it's
'cause-
switched. So I was in. It's kind of hard. It just opened in on me like this.
Okay.
So I was standing just like this, like my hand was still on the knob, and I was standing here, It was pushed up against me, and when he walked by the door is when, yes.
Okay, so just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just trying to get a visual.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he saw you standing behind the door?
No.
No.
I feel like, I know that if he saw me that he would have killed me.
Okay.
He
What
was
makes
shot.
you feel like that?
He didn't like us. He didn't like me. He didn't like Lindy. And, I mean, he was obviously there on a mission. And this is just how I feel. But it was only maybe 5-10 minutes that I was in the house that before he started shooting, he knew that there were people at the house.
Right.
So he either had to see our cars in the driveway. He had, I mean, how else would he know anybody was there?
Right.
If he came from the backyard. So he knew who was there. He knew vehicles.
Right.
He knew our vehicles. And like I said, Amanda was screaming, "It's Rachel and Lindy, it's Rachel and Lindy." So he knew I was there, he just didn't know where.
Right.
And he didn't see me because the door opened in on me and hid me.
Was Lindy screaming the entire time, or was she? I know you said she yelled out to him and said, "It's Lindy," but prior to that, was she screaming or quiet, or do you remember?
No, she was for the most part quiet. I mean, she was like maybe, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," like we were, quietly, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, just scared and just quietly, but not screaming or no, we weren't screaming.
Okay. How long before she told you she was calling 911, between that time and him coming in the door, how long of a period do you think that was?
Maybe a minute.
Okay.
It was not. I would say between 1 and 2 minutes.
Okay. And then when he finally opened the door, you didn't scream, you said, but did Lindy?
When he walked up to her and pointed the gun at her head.
So she looked up and saw him come in?
Yes.
Okay.
And he pointed the gun at her and she said, "Oh my God, no!" And then that's when he shot her. He didn't say anything, he just shot her.
Did you see him shoot her, or did you?
I saw.
How was that chain of events?
When he walked past me, he was holding his gun out
Okay.
in his right hand.
Okay.
And he walked past me with his gun in his right hand, walked straight up to Lindy, and I saw him point it at her head.
Okay.
Because she was squatting down.
Right.
So I saw him point it at her head, and that's when he pointed at her, I knew that he was going to kill me too. So I slid from back behind the door, and when I got into the master bathroom, as I was running, heard the gunshot.
Okay. When you got into the master bathroom, did you see Amanda?
No.
No. So you never saw Amanda again?
I never saw her again, but I never heard anything from her again either, so
Okay.
nothing.
And then you ran outside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how many shots do you think prior to him getting in the closet do you think that there were?
In general, from Amanda and the door,
Yeah.
definitely 1 at Amanda,
Okay.
possibly 2,
Okay.
and definitely 1 through the closet door, possibly 2.
Okay. But you didn't hear like a pop, 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 pop,
No.
pop, a bunch?
No.
Okay.
No.
So 1, maybe 2 at Amanda, and then 1, maybe 2 into
Through
the
the
door.
closet door, and then I only heard 1 definite at Lindy
Okay.
before I was outside, and then I never heard anything else.
Okay. Let's back up prior to this incident. What do you know about James and Amanda's relationship? What has she told you directly?
That he is possessive.
Let me stop you for a second. Whenever you first met Amanda and James, were they in love?
No.
Okay, so for years.
I didn't know she had a husband. I mean, she spoke of a husband, but I didn't really, it was kind of a joke, like, are you really even married? Because the times that I did see Amanda, I had never met her husband.
And this is years
Right. So the first time I met him was on the 4th of July. I can't recall the year, but it was, between 2012 and August 2015. I believe it was 2013.
Okay.
It was on the 4th of July. And my family, so my husband, my 3 children, and myself, Lindy, her husband, and her children were there. It was a community event. It was in the neighborhood. It was in their at their park in their they live in the San Marino sector of Marabella, so it was at their community park. And James was the one that was shooting off the fireworks. She kind of made a joke and said, "I'm gonna introduce you to my husband," and he came up. Introduced himself, said, Amanda really is married, kind of made a joke about it, and walked away. None of us liked him from the first. We just didn't have a good feeling about him. He was just that feeling that you get that somebody's not.
Right.
Not that he just wasn't friendly. He wasn't, like, "Oh my gosh, nice to meet you guys." He was just like, "Okay, well, I gotta go back and shoot fireworks off."
Right.
So we were kind of like, nice guy.
So it's not like you had a relationship with them as a couple, and you and your husband, and they were in love, and y'all did stuff together. It was never like
not.
that.
No,
Okay.
Absolutely not. No. Amanda kept quiet as far as their relationship in the beginning of our friendship. She didn't speak much about their relationship at all, but she didn't. She would just always, like, if we were going to dinner, like the girls were going to dinner, because we have a very close community, friends in the community, girls' dinners, whatever. And we would invite Amanda, and she would always say, "Yeah, I'll go, I'll do this, I'll do that." And then at the very last minute, she would make up an excuse. I can't, or I'm sick, or we wouldn't hear from her at all. And this was a while. A good solid year of her just constantly telling us that she's going to do things with us. Even if it was meeting us up at the pool with the kids. And then she would always something would come up, or she couldn't, and we never had a reason. It was just always, she just didn't show up, didn't respond to us, or made up an excuse. So as time went on, Lindy and I realized she's making excuses. Why? And that's when it kind of started coming out from Amanda that she wasn't allowed. She wasn't allowed to meet up with us. James didn't want her to. And then,
Did she say why James didn't want her to?
No. Okay. She just said, no.
Okay.
And it was, like constantly like that until she had enough. And she said that, that she was going to leave him. And Lindy, had told me, leading up to them splitting apart, when Amanda would always make these excuses and kind of bail on us, is what we would say, she was bailing on us. I would get upset over it and wonder, like, why? Why can't she just tell us that she can't come? Or why can't she just tell us that something came up? And Lindy kind of told me one day, she was like, "Rachel, I really I think it's James. I think that he just won't let her." And she said, "I've had friends like this before where the husband is controlling and won't let her do this, and that's what I feel like is going on. So you have to be understanding and understand that it's not her not wanting to do things with us. Right. It's him telling her that she can't." So, I tried to be as understanding as I could, and felt sorry for her. And then it came out that, these were the reasons why I was being a bad friend, is because James wouldn't let me. I wasn't allowed. He gets mad if I say I'm going to do something. And then, like I said, when she kind of started to split up with him, she would spend a lot more time with us, with Lindy and I, and she was allowed to do what she wanted to do. And he didn't like that, because she was with us, and not under his control anymore.
When did that begin? The splitting up
The
process?
splitting up process was recent. That was, it was this year. I don't remember exactly, what month, but I do know that it was maybe a month or two before summer.
Okay.
Like summer meaning the kids getting out of school summer.
Right.
And it could have been, during summer, but I'm just trying to give you an idea. It was maybe May.
Okay.
Maybe May.
You had mentioned before that you babysat Trey and Avery when James lost his job. When was that?
Avery. Just Avery.
Just Avery.
Because Trey was at school.
Okay.
So then that had to have been in kindergarten, which was last year.
Okay. So not this school year, but the
Not this school year, no.
And where was he working that he lost his job?
He was working at a bank, I believe Citibank,
Okay.
but I know that it was a big corporate bank. I think
Okay.
it was Citibank.
Do you know where he worked currently until this happened?
Possibly Everbank.
Okay.
So another bank. It was from one bank to another bank.
Okay.
And they weren't like little branch banks like SunTrust or ViStar banks. I'm talking like corporate banks. Yes.
Right. So you think at the end of the school year, beginning of summer is when the whole splitting up happened for them?
Yes.
Splitting up meaning she told him she didn't want to be with him anymore. She wasn't in love with him.
Yes.
Did he move out then?
No.
Okay.
He tried. He wasn't going to.
Okay. How did that transpire?
Him not wanting to, or him actually leaving?
Leaving.
Um,
And how long did she ask him to leave?
she asked him to leave for several weeks.
Okay.
And every time, from what she told us, that every time, he said that that was his house too, and that she can't make him leave, and that he's going to stay there. And so she just dealt with it and didn't say anything. Didn't want him there, but she didn't want to fight with him either. And then he left after he burnt her clothes.
Okay.
Because that's after he burnt her clothes, Lindy and I told her that she needed to call the police and take pictures and show, and that's when she did. The police came to Lindy's house, and the following day, that was on a Sunday, the gentleman that came to the house told Amanda that she needed to go file an injunction the next morning. Monday morning, she was at the courthouse or wherever she would file one, filing an injunction against him for burning her clothes and the verbal abuse over the years and threatening to kill her dog.
When did that happen?
That was during their whole, after she said, "I don't love you anymore."
Okay.
That was a text that Amanda found.
What did the dog have to do with anything? Was he just trying to hurt her?
It was Amanda's dog.
Okay.
It was Amanda's
Wasn't a
specific.
family dog.
Nope. It was Amanda's dog,
Okay.
and he wanted to hurt Amanda. He wanted to hurt Amanda's feelings or hurt her by doing that to her dog. So
Right.
he said that he just wanted to kill her dog. That was in a text.
Did you just say Lindsay found that? Lindy found that or Amanda found that?
Amanda found that
Found it where?
in his phone.
Who did he send it to?
His sister Rhonda.
Okay. Did she ever tell you what his password on his phone was?
No.
Okay. So did he voluntarily move out, or was it because of the injunction he moved out?
I don't think he was forced
Okay.
to move out, but I think it was just he probably knew that he was going to have to.
Right.
And he, after she filed the injunction, that was on a Monday, like I said. That evening, somehow he found out that she had been there to file it, but he had not been served yet. we don't know how that happened.
Okay.
But he called her very mad about the fact that she would go and file this injunction against him and accusing her of, making this up. This was after he burnt her clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Everything of hers.
Why did he do that? Where was she?
She was out of town.
With, you don't know?
I really don't.
Okay.
I know that she went out of town for the weekend,
Mm-hmm.
and he had the kids, and when she came home is when she called us and said that he burnt everything that she had out of her closet.
Okay.
And I have those pictures on my cell phone.
Okay. On the one that we have?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if she ever had sex with him after they split up, essentially?
No.
You don't think so, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. So she never told you?
Mm-mm.
Or Lindy? When did you first learn of Lamar?
Before he burnt her clothes.
Mhm.
And I'm saying that because I don't have,
You don't know the time.
there's pictures
Right.
that can give you that date, so
Yeah.
hopefully that will help you
Sure.
determine a time frame. But it was before he burnt her clothes.
Mm-hmm.
But I only knew that there was someone that was nice to her from work and helping her get through what she was going through.
Right.
Because she did not want to be with him anymore,
Mm-hmm.
with James anymore. And so I only knew of a casual friendship
Mm-hmm.
of a man.
So she never specifically said they were intimate or anything initially?
Not initially, no.
Okay. When did you learn that there was more to it?
Maybe a month after I knew that there was a man in the picture.
Mm-hmm. Is that when you first met him?
I first met him one night we do spa treatments through some of the women in the neighborhood. We do laser hair removal, and she brought him
Okay.
to that. It was an evening thing, and Lindy was with me and a few other women from the neighborhood, and she brought him to that, and that was the first time I met him, and I wasn't okay with it.
You were not?
No.
Okay, why?
I just said, that's just the way I feel. I feel like she, I didn't want to be involved. Like, that's her business, but I just felt like maybe she should end her relationship with James first
Okay.
before she was hanging out with another person,
Right.
another man. So she knew my feelings on that.
Okay. Did she know that Lamar was married?
Yes.
Okay.
But he is going through a divorce, I was told.
Right. But she was aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard Lindy or Amanda talk about them being intimate with each other?
Absolutely not.
Okay. What about Lindy or Lamar?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever hear Amanda talk about her intimacy with Lamar when it came to sex toys?
No.
Okay. The reason I ask is because that's what I heard. So,
I've heard the same thing.
Okay.
I knew that Amanda had, she told me that she had placed some orders online for, she didn't specify what, but adult items, and I do remember her saying at one point lingerie, but I don't remember specific details on any other things,
Okay.
items. I just know that she placed an order, and she didn't want James to know about that order because it was coming through the mail. So I assumed that it was.
When did that conversation happen?
It was after he was already out of the house.
Okay.
Do you need like
No, I just off
dates
the
or
top of your
just
head.
kind
No.
of
Just general.
general? It was after he left.
Okay.
After he burnt her clothes, he was gone maybe a week or two. she was concerned about him maybe possibly coming home and checking the mail and going through her mail and
Finding that.
And even, other like bills or just anything in general, like anything of hers mail wise, she was concerned of him, because obviously they had the same mailbox. It's a community mailbox, or that's where we get our mail.
Right, it's not to the house.
Right. And he had a key. I believe she had the lock changed on the mailbox because she didn't want James having access to her mail.
Okay. Did she ever have the locks on the house changed, or do you know?
No.
Did she ever say why?
No, because I begged her to, and she said that she just always kept saying that she was going to. She was going to.
Did she ever say she was fearful of James, or what was her stance on James and her fear for him or his propensity for violence or any of that? Had she said he ever hit her or done anything physical with her?
I don't believe anything was ever physical. I do know of one time, and I don't know, it was before all of this came to, like, before their separation. It was definitely before their separation. But she had told me that, James, because I asked her if he had ever been physically violent towards her, if he had ever, because, well, I mean, I thought maybe that he would, just because of how angry he always got at her and kept her sheltered. But so I asked her, has he ever physically harmed you? And she said no. She said, but he had taken her, she had a teal turquoise purse, and he had taken that once and threw it across the room and made like a scuff mark on the purse, like a white scuff mark from the wall, and then a scuff mark on the wall. Just throwing it across the room at her one time when he got really mad at her over, and I don't know what it was, but she just said that he just picked up the purse and just chunked it across the room at her. I think that was recorded on her phone. She recorded some of their arguments.
Okay.
That one may have been one that was recorded. She never said to me, I'm scared that he's going to hit me, I'm scared that he's going to kill me, nothing to that effect, but she was scared of him.
Right.
And just in general.
Okay. Prior to this happening, would you thought James was capable of this?
Yes.
Okay.
And I told her that I was afraid for her life and for her safety.
As far as you know, does he have any mental issues? Like, had she ever mentioned anything to you about him being under a doctor's care for any psychiatric issues?
No.
Okay. Did you know if he drank or did drugs or anything?
Yes, to both.
What kind of drugs?
Cocaine.
Okay.
And alcohol abuse.
How long had he been using cocaine?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just, Amanda had tried to hint around to us several times before their separation when they were, there was possible issues in the relationship, I guess you would say. She would hint around to us that he went to the poker room a lot, some local poker room. I don't know if it's maybe in Orange Park.
Okay.
But he would go out and stay out all night. And I had questioned that a couple times because I thought, how could anybody stay out all night and stay awake all night? And then there started to be times where, like I said, he would go out and stay out all night and then come home in the early morning hours and then sleep all day.
Right.
Over the weekend. And then that's when she would sneak out of the house with the kids and meet us at the pool or whatever and just say James is still sleeping from the night before. So to me that kind of raised a red flag. And I asked her, how could somebody stay up all night like that? And then he would stay up and do these things and then go through her phone while she was sleeping. go through her laptop, go through just her personal items. So it's like he would stay up all night drinking and doing whatever he does, go through all of her stuff, and then sleep the whole next day, basically.
Right.
There was one time that she came out and said, you know, it was during one of his out all night things, and Lindy and I were there with her, and I said, you know, what the hell was he doing at 4 a.m. in the morning or whatever time it was when she was telling us this story. And she's like, well, I mean, how do you think he stays up until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and then sleeps all day? And I said, he's doing drugs. And she was like, yeah, I found evidence of cocaine in his drawer. So.
She wasn't okay with that, I presume?
No.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was, you know, that was one time that it was blatantly said to us from her that she did find evidence of a bag of cocaine that was empty.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
I mean, leading up to that, all the times that he stayed up all night, I can only...
It was presumed.
Exactly.
Had you ever, or had Amanda ever talked about, or did you know James to have guns or anything in the house?
Yes.
What?
I know that he's a hunter.
Okay.
And, she always said that there was guns in the house, or that, and I knew that he was a hunter. He did bird hunting and just like recreational hunting. So I knew that he was a hunter all along. Then after he burnt her clothes and we went back to the house to take pictures, excuse me, there's a bonus room upstairs. There's just one room. It's just one bonus room, and that was quote unquote his room, according to Amanda. And we went up there. I went up there with her, and in the closet there was just a whole bunch of camo hunting gear, guns. I don't know what type, but I just know like hunting guns. I mean,
right.
I saw big ones. And then when we went back downstairs to the master bedroom, there was a black handgun on the dresser. It was either on the dresser or in the nightstand next to the bed that we picked up and hid on top of the TV armoire in her bedroom.
You and Amanda?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind it was?
It was a black handgun.
You don't remember the make?
I don't remember the make.
Okay. And what brought that about? Was
hiding the gun?
Yeah.
Just knowing that, well, because he burnt all of her clothes and she had nothing. And when the deputy came to the house that day, he told us that everything in that house was common property and that he basically, there was nothing that they could do about him burning her clothes because they were married.
Right.
And in return, Amanda or Lindy, I think it was Lindy, said so that means that we could just go to her house and just do what we want to his stuff, and that's okay. And he kind of just shrugged us off. And so when we went over there to take the pictures, Amanda knew that he liked his guns and that he was a hunter, and that was something that was close to him or one of his prized possessions. Right. And so we hid it.
Okay.
And
that was on top of the armoire?
Yeah.
Where the TV is housed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in the master bedroom.
Okay.
I did it more because I didn't want to take any. I mean, I wasn't going to mess with any of his hunting guns or anything. But that being a handgun, I hid it because I didn't know. I mean, he just burnt her wardrobe.
Okay.
So in my mind, like I said, I had told her, I'm very concerned for your safety, and I hid it because I didn't want him to come to the house and get his handgun and do anything.
Right. So did she touch it that day or just you? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. And you put it on top of the armoire?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see it again after that?
That day? Or did I see that gun after that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Whenever he came in on last Thursday, describe the gun. Was it one gun, two guns, long gun, handgun? What kind? What did you see?
I saw one handgun in his hand.
Okay.
And that was because he had it in his right hand and he walked past me, his right side, past me, So I couldn't see anything on his left side. All I had in my vision was on his right side. And he had one handgun in his hand,
Okay.
in his right hand. It wasn't very short, so I mean, I'm maybe.
But it wasn't like a rifle or a
6 to 8.
shotgun?
No,
Okay.
no, it was a handgun,
Okay.
under 12 inches.
Did it look like the gun you hid?
No,
No.
I think the one I had was smaller, shorter.
Okay.
It was still a handgun, the one that I hid, and the one that he had in his hand was a handgun. It was not a rifle.
Okay.
So I don't know, may have been.
Okay. We're still working on processing phones and stuff. And I know you and I yesterday at the funeral talked briefly about that. I'm going to go back to a message you and I had.
Okay.
And you said your passcode was
Correct.
okay. I want to get consent from you if I could to search your phone.
Yes.
I gotta have you sign a paper.
Okay.
What kind of phone? Is it iPhone?
Yeah, iPhone 5S.
How is your husband through all of this?
It's okay.
Yeah,
Mixed emotions.
I'm sure. And the phone number for that phone is alright, if you could just read it, put your password, and then sign.
Okay. Just saying that you guys can go through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about that?
About the phone?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Any questions, period, for me?
Well, now I'm worried about the handgun.
The one you had? Why?
I mean, I just didn't even think about, like, me taking it and hiding it, and if it was in his possession, if, like, any involvement that I had with my fingerprints or anything
No,
on that,
you're
from hiding
fine.
it.
You're fine.
Okay.
You're fine. That's just me asking questions.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Do not worry about that.
Right.
Linda, she talked to you and she wants to meet with you. Did
Yes.
she tell you that? Okay.
Yes.
Let me go see if I can find her and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Do you need anything? Bathroom, water, anything?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yes, please.
Do I need? Should I bring this?
Yeah,
My
just
stuff.
keep. No, you can leave your. Ooh, that
Stuff?
shocked me. You can
Oh.
leave your stuff here.
Okay.
Bathroom's right there. So whenever you're done, just come back.
Okay.
Right in here.
All right.
All right. If you do, you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
I have a couple, and I don't know if you need, but I don't know if you need to record them. I mean, it's
It's-
hearsay stuff that's going around that I'm sure you're already aware of.
I'm
sorry, it's just
No,
things
it's
are
fine.
running through my mind.
That's okay. If it's.
I don't think that it's any. I mean,
It's just stuff you have questions about.
things that I would like for you to know.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. I have heard
Mhm.
that that James had called his father prior to this and told him what he was going to do, and his father was trying to talk him out of it.
Okay. Where'd you hear that?
Where?
Mhm. You don't
I
know.
really don't. It was, you know, like I said, this is hearsay.
Yeah.
And there's obviously, I have not been involved with any of the media or even looking or listening
Right.
to any of it. So it didn't come from that. It came from, you know, like
Somebody in the
somebody telling
neighborhood.
me, possibly, supposedly, no, I'm sorry. Supposedly, James's father was on the phone with him leading up to this,
Okay.
him coming there,
Okay.
supposedly trying to talk him out of murder,
Okay.
supposedly heard gunshots.
Okay.
Okay, this came from and I don't know where his parents were when this was happening. I know that they live in Daytona, but I believe they were staying in St. Johns County at Rhonda's house.
Okay.
So I don't know if it was in St. Johns County or Volusia County. However, there was a girl, 18 years old or something, there's a girl who was dog sitting at the neighbor's house of wherever James's father was.
Okay.
Okay, and supposedly James's father had his phone on speakerphone, and supposedly she heard,
The dog sitter.
the dog sitter supposedly heard him trying to talk his son out of this,
Okay.
and supposedly heard the gunshots. She is telling people and running her mouth about this.
Okay.
So
That's great to know.
Yes, so I will be happy to give you her information.
Oh, you have it.
Supposedly she has even given statements.
Okay. So
About
you can
this.
text me her information.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because this came from my sister, who obviously was very upset that someone would even be. Obviously, you've heard a lot of rumors that are going around, and it's very upsetting because, to me, I'm pissed about it because I want to be like, you don't know what happened.
Right.
I do. I was there.
Right.
You don't know. So that is upsetting to me.
Understandably.
And to me, and this is just my opinion, but to me, if your father knows and is trying to talk you out of murder, I feel like you're an accessory. And I've also been told, and this is not from the girl, again, I don't know where this came from, but I have been told that he called his father afterwards and told his father what he had done, and his father told him to drive north and get out of Dodge.
Where'd you hear that from?
Lamar told me that.
Okay.
And I had heard that his parents knew about what had happened. That was just like general rumors.
Okay.
Okay. I'm very upset over that because I feel like they are not involved, but well, that does involve put you in that. And then there is a woman in the neighborhood who lives next door to Lindy who had been involved with this story, if you will, like their separation.
Mm-hmm.
I believe she works with James and Rhonda because James and Rhonda work together
Okay.
at the same place.
Okay.
This girl supposedly works there with them and is friends of the Collies.
Okay.
Okay. Lindy had gone up to her prior and said, after he burnt her clothes, because she kept telling James all this stuff, you know, Amina's at Lindy's house. Amina's dropping your kids off and leaving, and I don't know where she's going. Just feeding him stuff that wasn't true the whole time. So Lindy finally went over there one day because I got pissed, and I said, if you don't, I'm going to. And Lindy walked over and said, you need to stay out of this. You don't know what's going on. You're listening to something that's not true coming from James. He just burnt Amanda's clothes, and you really shouldn't defend him or say anything else. You need to stay out of it because this is a very, you know, like you don't want to get involved. And the girl said, okay, whatever. Well, as you know, when everything was happening, I didn't have my phone. I wasn't allowed to tell anybody. I mean, you made that clear. You know, I couldn't even tell Chris because I wanted to call Chris, and I respected your word. No one knew. No one even knew if I was still alive
Right.
at that point, except for my immediate family, and they didn't disclose that to anybody in the neighborhood.
Right.
This chick, sorry, I'm mad. Like,
It's
I'm
okay.
irritated with her. Was texting one of my good friends in the neighborhood saying, you know, what's going on? Obviously, everybody's like, what's going on? Was at Amanda's house. And then when it was, I guess, broadcasted that it was on that street, everybody kind of put two and two together because they knew that Amanda and James were going through a separation. It was not a nice one. And this girl had texted my friend and said, it is Amanda. And so my friend was like, oh my God, you know, like they said that there may be another victim. And she said, and Lindy's dead. How did she know that?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. So people may have known that this happened. He may have told people this. People may have known that this had happened or was going to happen before it did.
Okay.
And I just have an issue with that. And that's why I'm concerned about his family too, because they know me.
Right.
I'm assuming at this point they know that I was there and I'm alive and I'm testifying against their son.
I don't know what they know. I've not talked to them. Another detective has.
Okay.
So I don't know what they know.
And then also you do know that Amanda was going through a divorce.
Yes.
And had an attorney.
Yes.
And her attorney said that she would be more than happy, if you needed to speak to her, that she would be obviously more than happy to speak to you.
Okay.
Because she, you know, I mean, she was her divorce attorney.
Right.
So, but those things for sure that are bothering me because, you know, I've heard that basically like his father knew leading up to this that
Well, I'll
this
definitely
was a possibility.
be looking into that, obviously. And anything else you think of or hear, you know, you've got my number. You can call me anytime if you just need to talk. It could be 2 in the morning. It doesn't matter. Rachel, call me.
I will. I mean, and I'm trying to like, you know, because people are now, it's kind of like now people know that who I am and my involvement in it and everything, and in a nice manner telling them, don't spread rumors.
Yeah.
Don't say anything.
Good.
Because you don't know what's true.
Right.
Truth will prevail.
It will.
And that's just really all I'll say, you know, but
it's a good stance.
it's very upsetting to me that, and this chick in the neighborhood is the one that said, you know, the system failed James because, and the reason why he did it is because he went over there because we were having a sex party, which I know that you've already heard that, and that's where those questions came from, but don't spread rumors like that in a situation like this. That's not okay.
Right. And this is when you're facing Chris and Lindy's house. Is it to the left or the right?
The left.
Okay, right next door.
And her name is Heather.
Okay.
But the other girl, yeah, I think that maybe, you know, maybe that should be looked into.
Oh, what would be?
That,
the dog walker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because supposedly, I mean, she's like telling people this information.
Yeah.
Like she's very confident about it and supposedly given sworn statements. Supposedly she feels like she has involvement in this. Like she's a witness.
Okay. Well, I'll contact her because I've not done a sworn statement with her.
No,
but
and it wasn't you. It was either Volusia or someone else. But you're the one on this case. You're the only one, right? I mean, as far as like questioning and
it's you. I mean, that day there were other detectives helping, but I don't believe that anybody spoke with her.
This came out a couple days afterwards, and that's when my sister was like, "Whoa, wait a second!
No.
Don't even."
I'll contact her. Just text it to me whenever you get a chance. Anything else before I bring Linda in?
I don't think so. I mean, things have crossed my mind, and like you said, if I think of things, I'll tell you. But I did want you to know that, as far as like his parents knowing, I believe that they may have
known ahead of time.
Known ahead of time.
Okay. All right.
And even after the fact.
Right.
He may have called them.
Okay. We'll go ahead and conclude at 12:03 hours.
Okay.
Hey, Rachel, there's something I forgot to ask you before. So, you're still sworn and tell the truth. Were you at the house when the PSA or the officer got there to report the ransacking to the house?
No.
You weren't there?
No.
So they had already gone?
Yes, they were pulling out of the development when I was pulling into Amanda Street.
Okay, so you saw them pulling off. Did they tell you when you got there, did Lamar, Rachel, Lindy, anybody say anything about their encounter with him?
Yes, Lamar told me that that he had called the non-emergency police line to report the ransacking, and that an officer had come out to the scene, but that in order to file it or in order to make a report or file it, that he would have to go and get someone authorized to do that.
Okay.
Like maybe an I'm not sure, but he said that they would have to, and that Amanda did not want them to. She didn't want to file charges.
And that was Lamar telling you that?
Lamar told me that. He said that he's the one that called them there because she wasn't going to.
Okay. What was his reaction to Amanda not wanting to do anything?
Very mad. Very upset.
Okay. I want to back up a little bit to the dog walker. Have you seen this girl before?
No.
Okay. How do you know her name and her age?
Through my sister.
Okay. How does she know her?
A woman that she works with, that my sister works with, she works at the Atrium in Jacksonville, a assisted living community.
Mm-hmm.
A woman that my sister works with is friends with this girl, or some type of, maybe third-party communication through Facebook somehow.
Okay.
And I believe this was done through Facebook. She saw the girl's comments on events that happened.
Okay.
And
Did you see that or just your sister?
my sister printed it.
Okay.
She sent
perfect.
me a
Can you screenshot it to me?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And you think she's around 18?
Mm-hmm. Can I look and
Yeah,
see
yeah,
if her
yeah.
name is on here?
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure my sister screenshotted it to me. My sister printed out their conversation because when my sister found, this woman that said this about this girl having this information had already known that I was who I was,
Mhm.
and that my sister was my sister. And so my sister said, you need to tell her to be quiet, and that's not what happened, and she does not need to be talking about anything that happened because my sister was there and she was not. And then that's kind of how it started. And this girl said, well, I'll tell her. She kind of just tried to get her to feed her some information, and she did. And I know I said her age because my sister said that she was like a little 18-year-old girl.
While you're doing that, did Amanda ever say anything about her contact with the officer when he came, or the PSA when he came to take the report for the ransacking?
She just pulled me in the bathroom and told me that this was all her fault, and that she was, selfish, and that she should have waited before she started talking to Lamar till everything was over and done with, and that she didn't want to file a report and press charges against him for the mess that he created in the house because she didn't want him to be put in jail for a year, taken away from his children.
Okay, so she felt like it was her fault. Did you assure her that?
That it was not her fault.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, maybe it was in a group text, but I know I have it, so I want you to have this on me.
And you think you were there how long before the shooting happened? Or started?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. But you saw the PSA leaving when you were coming in?
Yeah, I thought it was a deputy, but
It was a marked car with stripes and lights on the top?
yes, definitely marked the car. I don't see it.
That's okay. You can look.
I will.
Take your time today and look and just screenshot it to me.
Okay. I'll have my sister send it back.
Alright. Is this the stuff Linda gave you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Needing more information about how the murders unfolded, please question Amanda's boyfriend, Lamar Duberly.
Oh, toys, huh?
You can sit wherever.
Sure.
I know you met with Detective DeLeo,
I did.
but I wanted to meet with you because it's my case and I just sort of wanted to get it from you, if you will. So, do some formalities first. Let's see, what day is today? Today is September 2nd at 08 hours. I'm Detective English. We met on Thursday. This will be a sworn recorded interview taken by a law enforcement officer pursuant to Florida Statute 11710. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear from the statement you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. State your full name for me.
Lamar Benton Deverly,
And your date of birth?
the 1st of September, 1971.
Yesterday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Your phone number?
Work phone, personal cell, another work phone, landline.
Which phone do I call you on right now? Is that your work cell phone?
No, ma'am. The
Your
work
pers-
cell phone's in custody.
Okay, so it's your personal cell phone.
Correct.
Okay. What does your work cell phone look like?
It is
What kind is it?
It is an iPhone 6.
Uh-huh.
It is in a multicolored blue, or there's different colors of blue OtterBox.
Okay. Where do you remember leaving it?
Inside
Where?
South Bellagio, somewhere in the kitchen, probably up on the kitchen island.
Okay.
That's where I usually left it, either there or on the dining room table.
Okay. And you were in a relationship with Amanda Colley, correct?
I was in a relationship with Amanda Colley.
Okay. For how long?
3 months.
Where'd y'all meet?
We met through work.
Where do you work?
I work for Fanatics Incorporated.
Okay. What do you do there?
I'm the general manager for their Commonwealth warehouse.
Okay. And what did Amanda do?
Amanda was an operations manager for fan services.
The same location of Commonwealth?
No,
The one on South Side?
South Point.
Okay. So, how did y'all come to meet?
We were both operations leaders in the company, and so we met at an operations leadership summit.
Okay. What did you know about Amanda's life or relationship when y'all first started dating? Well, I guess when did you first meet her initially?
When I first met her, I would imagine it was probably mid to late March.
Okay.
Of
this year?
When I met her. I don't think I laid eyes on her until mid-April.
Okay.
And then we started talking in early May.
Okay. And then it just progressed from there?
Right.
What did she tell you about her life?
She told me that she was seeking a divorce.
Okay. What did she say about James or her children?
Love the children. I mean, immeasurably. But said that James was emotionally abusive. Had never physically abused her.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't allow her to have friends.
How long did she say she was married to James?
7 or 8 years.
Okay. Did she give you examples on how he was emotionally abusive other than not allowing her to have friends?
Just he would chide her for not having the dishes done, or dinner wasn't ready, or kids weren't taken care of, or...
Right. Are you married?
I am still technically married.
Okay. But are you going through a divorce?
I am.
Okay. So your relationship with Amanda was not public knowledge, is that correct?
It was not.
Okay. At work, it wasn't public knowledge either?
No.
Some people probably
Some
knew,
people
but
had
it
inkling.
Okay, but it wasn't a talked about
We
thing.
weren't broadcasting it. We were... and we were trying to keep it down, not just for work purposes, but also because we
Right.
didn't. I mean, my children have no business knowing.
Sure.
How
How many kids do you have?
4.
4. At what point did James find out about you?
I don't think James found out about... I don't know that James knows.
Let me rephrase that. At what point did James find out there was somebody else, not necessarily you?
James, since before me, had thought there was somebody else.
Okay, so he just always
He
suspected
always...
that. At what point did he realize there really was, for sure, somebody? Or do you know?
I don't know.
Amanda never told you? Okay.
I mean, Amanda told me that somebody had sent a picture of me mowing her grass the Saturday before. And that's all I.
Okay. Wednesday, let's back up a little bit to Wednesday. Wednesday evening, where were you staying?
Wednesday evening, Amanda was scared.
Mm-hmm. Why?
And she had just had a sixth sense.
Okay.
And so Wednesday evening, she had come to my RV.
Okay, and that's off 208?
Yes, it's right there at the Stagecoach RV park.
Mm-hmm. So she stayed the night with you there. Were the kids there?
No.
Okay. So they were with James, presumably?
Allegedly.
Okay. What time did she get with you on Wednesday?
$7:45, 8. I mean, I don't have.
Okay.
Without the text timeline,
Yeah.
I really don't have. Man, we were both. I think the weather was bad that day, and I had stopped to get some groceries, so I cooked dinner for us. And,
What was that night like? Tell me about that night.
it was a night like all nights. Really, it was just she and I had a lot of conversation about work,
Mm-hmm.
about the kids, and then. I guess it was about 4:45 to 5 o'clock. She started getting texts and
In the
calls.
morning?
In the morning,
Which would be Thursday.
Thursday morning, she
Okay.
started getting texts and calls from James, and
Did she answer?
I think she did answer.
Do you remember what that conversation was like?
It was he had admitted that he had ransacked the house and destroyed the TV.
But she didn't know that prior to that, so he was letting her know he did?
Right,
Okay.
and I think that he was letting.
You think what?
I think he was letting her know so that way she wouldn't say anything for his 9 a.m. injunction.
Okay. Because he had court Thursday. What was her response?
The typical response: "You need to get help. You're drunk. You're high. What are you on? How long have you been doing it? Why are you in the house?"
Wonder how, did she say how she thought he got in?
She had never changed the locks.
Okay. So he still had a key.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Right.
I don't know.
What kind of drugs did Amanda tell you that he used?
She thought that he was still using cocaine and probably more than anything else, pain medicines.
Okay. Pills.
Yep.
All right. What time after he called and sent text messages, did y'all go back to sleep?
No.
No. Okay. What happened next?
We tossed and turned. And talked about things, and we both let work know that there was an emergency going on, and I wasn't going to go in until about 12 or 1 or so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what she told work specifically. We waited until closer to when he was going to be in court for her to go back to the house,
Mm-hmm.
just because she wanted that peace of mind to know that
Right.
he wouldn't be around. She thought it was prudent to go back before me. She did. When she got to the house, she FaceTimed me. And after surveying the damage with her, again, she was always reticent to further the injunction violation case. She wanted the kids to be able to see their dad. She had no interest in him at all anymore, allegedly. From what she was telling me.
Right.
But she didn't want the kids to be taken she didn't want him to be taken out of their lives.
Right.
And so right after that, after surveying the damage, I think I sent her a text like, "I'm just sick of this. Might have had an expletive in it." And then I called the non-emergency line to let them know there was a domestic issue.
Right. You weren't there at that point.
I was not at the house.
Okay.
Right after that's when I grabbed my bags. And then that's when I went to the house.
Okay.
And as soon as almost simultaneously upon arriving, that's when the first law enforcement came.
Okay. And who was there at that point? Was it just Amanda?
It was just Amanda and me.
Okay. And what happened with the law enforcement?
Uh,
was it a PSA?
It was a PSA.
Okay.
What does that stand for?
Public Service Aid.
Public Service Aid. So he came in and he looked around and went, "This is a little bit more than what I need to, or what I don't know. He said there's going to need to be a deputy to come take a
Right.
statement because we have a suspect now.
Okay. So Amanda had told him there was a suspect and it was James.
Correct.
Okay.
And then after he walked out to go, start the process to get the deputy out, Amanda followed him out, and she begged him not to call the deputy in because she knew what was going to happen. The judge had threatened James during the one night, his one night stay in jail, that the next time he saw him would be at least a year.
Okay.
And so she was just worried that the kids wouldn't see their dad for a year.
And so he left.
The PSA left. No sooner did he leave, Lindy came.
How did did Amanda call? Were you there when Amanda called her, or did she text her? Or do you
I
know?
think Lindy. I guess she contacted Lindy during the wee hours of the morning.
Oh, okay.
Well before Lindy was actually at work, and got somebody to come in just to fill in for her at work so she could come over.
Okay.
Lindy was like me. She was always not pushing her, but just trying to make her understand that this is
The gravity of the situation.
Right.
How long was Lindy there before Rachel got there?
maybe 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay.
When Lindy got there, Amanda and I we were at odds because I was just like, it's either going to be him or me. It's not. I can't coexist like this. I can't.
What did she say when you told her that?
She cried. She really didn't. She didn't. She never committed to, and this was ongoing. And so, then when Linda got there, I had said, "I'm leaving. I'm not. I'm done. I'm just done." And but then I went back in and said, "I'm not leaving. I'm not walking away. I'm not." So, and Rachel showed up soon thereafter. I would say 15 or 20 minutes after Lindy got there.
While y'all were there, were y'all just discussing it? Were y'all picking anything up?
I was trying to help pick up, but I also needed people to take pictures as well.
Right.
Amanda had already cleaned up way too much by the time I got there.
Oh, okay. So she'd already been
She'd already
cleaning.
been cleaning up, and so from the FaceTime video.
Okay.
Then Rachel got there. About 5 minutes later is when the shooting started.
Tell me about that. Walk me through that.
The way I recollect it, I was standing maybe about, if the sliding glass door is behind me, I was about 10 feet in front of it, maybe 5 to 10 feet.
Just on the other side of the couch.
On the other side of the couch.
Mm-hmm.
And Rachel was, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, it happened very fast
Sure.
for me. Rachel was standing over here. The sliding glass is probably, the frame is maybe right here to over this way. And so as I'm standing, I'm talking to Rachel. If I remember correctly, Lindy and Amanda are both in the master bed at the time,
Okay.
which is through the wall as a point over. And the door was right in that corner, if you will. And Rachel and I are talking, and I heard what was like a balloon pop or a pop rock.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't sound like anything I was familiar with from my military time.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked down, it seemed like some plastic on the floor. I was like, what the heck was that? And as I turned to look, I see the first bullet hole in the right side
Of the sliding glass.
of the sliding glass. I knew what it was immediately, and then the second one appeared. And then some more glass, shattered. And then I heard, "Where is he? Where is he?"
It was a male voice or
It was a
female
male voice.
Okay.
But it was faint to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got extremely poor hearing from my time.
Okay.
I thought he was sniping with a higher caliber weapon
Mm-hmm.
from the berm, or even maybe from a yard over the berm.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I always thought that would be a nice vantage point.
Right.
I mean, if ever there was something that happened. And so when I heard that, I thought, he's here for me,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so never did I dream that he'd be coming in to gun down
Right.
the mother of his children, an innocent woman. And so I'm thinking, if I displace,
Yeah.
he'll come with me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I immediately out the garage door, through the laundry room, out laundry room first, obviously, and then the garage door. You've been inside the house.
Was the garage door open or closed?
Garage door was closed. Open. Well, the garage The door into the garage was closed. I opened that. I slapped, all the garage openers. As it opened, I was already there, and I rolled underneath of it, through the vehicles, and then through some neighbors' yards. I was about 2 or 3 streets over by the time. There's nobody that was gonna catch me.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have had to have been in front of me or near dead heat, and even then, it was a pretty rapidly moving target. And so I finally caught up with the landscapers. That's where the 911 call came from me. And, and it was just, of course, I was out of breath and
Sure.
a high level of adrenaline and shock. And that's when I made the 911 call. I was still very careful after the call to cover myself through houses. And but when I got out to the street right there on Verona, that's when I saw the ambulance was already there. There was a fire truck there, and the police cars were starting to come in. I felt a little more comfortable at that point, so I started jogging that direction. I was in running shorts. I think you saw me that day. And a performance top and some running shoes. So I was fine to be running. The thought that I saw James, strangely as I recall this, I thought I saw James in his truck at that point, but it turns out it wasn't.
Okay.
It turned, or I went all the way from Verona down to Francetta, made the right turn there, and there were 4 deputies that were getting out of their cars, getting into their flak jackets and their assault rifles to begin, to advance on the house. So I didn't engage him at that point. I may or may not have told one of them that I was one of the callers. So I loosely followed them as they advanced. At this point, I was only thinking the worst case scenario was a hostage situation. I had no idea that there were a double murder, that there was a double murder. And so I watched them advance. And then once they turned the corner, I would periodically look around the corner. I mean, the home is a wonderful place to command the cul-de-sac and the street. So had he been up in that top bedroom, it would have been tough to do something about it. And so I never got inside of that. But I just watched it advance on the house, and once they cleared the house, it took them a bit of time.
Right.
They were still at the ready, so I thought it might be a hostage situation. And the helicopters start coming, and more police cars start coming. Then the ambulance and the fire truck advanced onto the cul-de-sac, and the gurney came out, and the gurney went right back in. Again, no idea. I was thinking, okay, maybe somebody was, in shock or something, but they were fine or whatever. I met with the shorter deputy. I don't know his name. He was wearing the one stripe. He's the one who took my first initial paper, who am I, date of birth, etc. Spoke with him. Immediately they referred me over to Detective DeLeo. Sat in the car with Detective DeLeo, gave another statement at that point. And then just waiting. Later on, I continued to ask people, what's the status of the females? What's and nobody, and rightfully so. I mean, I know you have your protocols, but people weren't talking. Finally, as somebody walked out, I said, so what's the status? And he said, you don't know. I said, no, I don't know anything. He said, it's not good. And I said, what do you mean it's not good? He said there's 2 deceased. I mean, I think he knew who I was. And so at that point, I think the news had already been, promulgated. And so I had an empty water bottle that the landscape guys had given me a couple hours before. So I ran around the neighborhood to the park, all the way around the neighborhood to the park. Some of the neighbors were in the center street on Francetta, between the intersection of Francetta and Bellagio. Between that intersection and the park, there were a bunch of neighbors that were there. I didn't want to run through the neighbors. And so I ran all the way around along the path to the park, there in the middle, that middle cul-de-sac there. got some water out of the water fountain. They had not roped off the back path yet behind the house, so I stupidly, innocuously jogged with my newfound water and my water bottle. I jogged through. That's when I noticed that the sliding glass was out, and so he had obviously just shot through the sliding glass or kicked it in or whatever after it was shattered. And again, it's all surmised to me. I'm long gone from the scene at this time.
Right.
Finished running around the neighborhood, came back. As I come back to the scene, all the way down South Bellagio, I notice at that point Rachel, the other survivor, is standing in front of the two-story house. I think it's Mike and Gail's house. I don't even know their last name. And based on what, the deputy or whomever it was, I don't know his rank, based on what he had told me and seeing Rachel, I think that's when it hit home to me that Amanda and Lindy were probably gone. And so, and then the rest of the afternoon I spent waiting for my personals at my vehicle. Later on that night I gave another statement to Detective D'Elia.
Yeah.
So.
You have an address in Fleming Island.
I do.
Is that your home?
That's my home of record. That's where my wife and my boys live.
Okay. Did Amanda know that that's where your family lived?
Yes.
Okay.
She did not know an address. She did not know.
But she knew it was in Fleming Island.
Correct.
Okay. When you ran out, did you have in your truck a gun?
No.
You didn't? Did you stop at your truck at any point when you were running out?
I think I stopped at my truck, and I because I've got a code on the truck, and so, I was fumbling through the code really quickly, but and then it was just I thought I can't hesitate. I mean that's my recollection, and maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't know. But I knew I had to go.
Right.
I knew I had a little bit of a jump if he was in the house, because he couldn't have got through the house as fast as I did. He couldn't have got into the house. And my big worry was him coming around the house. But even then he had to come through the gate or all the way around the fence. It's blurry.
Right.
So.
When you first started hearing shots, you said that you heard somebody, a male's voice, say, "Where is he?" Had you ever heard, prior to this, James' voice, like on speakerphone or?
Yes.
Okay, was the voice that you heard familiar to you on Thursday when the shooting happened, or no?
No.
Okay.
No,
You can't say that it was James' voice.
I didn't make the connection.
Okay.
No.
And did you see James on
I
Thursday?
never laid eyes on James Colley.
Okay.
I just knew that I was being shot at, and it was me.
Right. Did you hear, what did Rachel do when the shooting happened? Do you recall?
Rachel ran to the bedroom.
Okay.
Which I thought was a safer place anyway, considering what I perceived to be happening.
Right.
And so.
And Amanda and Lindy were already in there.
Already in there.
Okay. What was Lindy wearing?
I don't recall at all.
Okay. Were you familiar with a time when Amanda and James, or when James burned Amanda's clothing?
Yes.
Were y'all together then?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She just told me that he had burned her clothing.
Okay. Were you with her that weekend?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was she scared of James?
No.
No?
She was never scared to talk to him, to confront him. But she was a very powerful woman when it came to her wit and her. She would call anybody on anything. She wasn't afraid of verbal confrontation.
Okay.
And so.
What caused her to get the injunction?
Just the nonstop nature of his harping and his trying to keep constant tabs on her and just doggedly pursuing her.
Okay. What was your relationship, or how long had you known Rachel?
I had met Rachel one time, I want to say it was in late June.
Before this incident?
Before this incident.
Where was that at?
The girls had all met up to do a waxing party in San Augustine.
Okay.
So
What about Lindy? How long had you known Lindy?
I met Lindy I think I met Lindy a week before. And then Lindy was also at the waxing party. And I can't remember if I had seen Lindy one time otherwise.
Was your relationship with Lindy good?
It was, they looked at me as the guy for Amanda
Mm-hmm.
because of what James was. So,
Did you love Amanda?
yeah,
Did you see a future with her?
I don't know.
Still too early?
I think so.
Okay.
I do. I mean, it's also convoluted right now.
Sure.
I mean, we talked about homes and where we want to live, and if that was going to happen, and
Right.
but as this went on and on, it was apparent there was going to have to be a huge shift, and so and even that morning, I'm not so sure she was prepared for it. So,
What do you mean?
as far as the relationship she was going to wind up having with James,
Okay. Had you ever met her children?
I had met her children.
Okay. When was that?
Just a couple times. The longest time was there was a time when she had a car issue and she needed to get her children down to Daytona Beach to meet up with some of her family that are downstate.
Mm-hmm.
And so I came in and grabbed her and the kids, and we drove down in my truck down to Daytona, met up with some of her family, and had dinner at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Okay.
So I don't recall a date.
Had you ever spent the night at that residence on South Bellagio?
I had.
Okay. Did y'all stay at your place or her place more?
I don't know, probably half and half.
Okay. But frequently you stayed together?
I would say so.
How many nights a week you think?
I don't know, maybe 4 to 5.
Okay. And y'all were intimate, right? Okay. I know there's going to be some weird questions, but I have to ask you. Were you ever aware, or do you know if Lindy and Amanda had any sort of sexual relationship?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. So the three of you never had anything then?
No.
Okay. The night that James went to the residence, he ransacked the place, as you were aware. Did Amanda ever say anything to you the night whenever he sent the message and called? Did James say anything to her about finding sex toys?
Yes.
What was that conversation?
Had I known that's what you were into, all you had to do was tell me. So.
What was her response to that?
I don't know.
Did he seem pissed about him?
Yes.
Okay.
But he was pissed about everything.
Okay.
All the time.
Fair enough. How did she feel about him finding those, or did she say anything?
She just didn't care.
She didn't care.
She didn't care anymore.
Those were y'all's, not hers and James, correct?
They weren't even ours.
They weren't.
That was something she ordered that was never brought into the relationship.
Okay.
We discussed it, but it never.
Y'all never used any of that, but she ordered it on her own. Okay. Why did she order it, do you think?
We had watched 50 Shades together, and I mean, we had talked very candidly about it, and I imagine you're going to wind up getting in her phone, if not already, and so it was something that I never wanted to ever cause any pain to her.
Right.
I wasn't averse to her, causing me some pain as long as it was, not undue.
Sure.
And so it was just something that I think it was more for the apprehension piece versus the pain piece anyway,
Right.
as far as the sexual pleasure goes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How long had she had it before he found it, or do you know? Or
I don't know, maybe a week or two.
Okay. And y'all's relationship sexually was just the two of you?
Correct.
Nobody else? Even outside of Lindy, nobody else?
There was no Lindy with us.
Right, but I mean, outside of me asking you about Lindy, is there anybody else I've not asked you about?
No.
Okay.
No, she never wanted to share.
Okay. Did you?
And I never. I may have joked about it, but I never pursued it. I never pushed anything on her like that.
Right. Joked about it as far as in general or with somebody specific?
No, just in general.
In general?
Yeah.
Okay. Did your wife know about Amanda?
No, not. She knew I had a workmate named Amanda that I was emotionally attached to.
Okay.
So.
Does she know what's going on now?
She knows that I was in the house. She
Okay.
knows about the emotional affair with Amanda.
Right.
And that's,
Okay.
my kids are my main focus right now.
Sure. Your phone that we have, is it password protected?
It is.
Can I have it, your password?
No.
Okay.
It's a work phone.
Okay. Why, may I ask? Are you fearful?
No, ma'am. It's just not pertinent to the case, I don't think.
Okay. Is there something you're fearful of me seeing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If it's a work, do you see why it seems a little odd to me? It was inside the house and you had a relationship with Amanda.
If it's pertinent to the case, absolutely, I will. I mean, I just.
I don't know what's pertinent because I don't know what's in it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, I'm just trying to build the best case that I possibly can.
Right.
Against James.
Okay.
So I don't know what's pertinent.
Right.
I'm not trying to cause you or your family or your wife or your children.
Then absolutely. I don't
Do you
think.
feel like that was my goal?
I don't know. I just see the whole thing playing out. I see me up on a stand, and I see an expose into my life that would cause a whole lot of pain and agony for my family.
Sure, I can understand that.
And so,
That's not my goal, but I don't know what's important because I don't know what's in anybody's phones at this point. I can't promise you that your sexual relationship with Amanda will or won't be in court. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really know that it's pertinent to the fact that he murdered them. I think that the relationship just in general is pertinent in the fact that he was jealous. I don't think that the fact that y'all had an intimate relationship necessarily, caused this one way or another. Mm-hmm. But I think just in general, he...
You can have the code.
Okay, I don't want to force you if you don't want to give it to me. That's fine. I just was curious as to why. I felt like you had the sense that I'm trying to, cause you some...
I know you're not.
And I'm really not.
I know your state. I know you are. I know you're not a defense.
I'm really not.
I'm aware.
I'm trying to advocate for Amanda and Lindy and send James to prison.
Right. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
Do you know? I asked you the other day, and you said, "Let me refer back for a second to my message." Give me a second. I have so many. You said Lindy's password was.
Amanda's?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Right.
Did you see her do that, or she told you, or what?
She told me a long time ago that's what it used to be.
Used to be, or was at that point?
At that point.
Okay. Do you feel like she changed it, or no?
I do.
You do.
I think she changed it.
Why is that?
I think she probably changed it to prevent him from getting into it.
Okay. I'm gonna sort of bounce around. When Lindy came in, did she have a purse with her?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Do you think you got your truck unlocked? Whenever you were doing the code, do you think you got it? No.
No.
You think you were just,
Also,
your fine motor skills probably weren't on point.
if I even stopped,
Okay.
I mean, again,
How long did y'all FaceTime for?
a few minutes, if that.
Okay. Which phone was that on?
The one that I'll give you unlocked.
The work one?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta get a form out for that. LAMAR.
Correct.
Okay. That's your given first name?
Yes, ma'am.
Douberly, Douberly.
Correct.
Are you a junior or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me? Has anybody told you how this process is going to work at all?
Not with the phone. I mean, do I get the phone and then I have to turn it over to you? How does this
No.
work?
I meant in general, but as far as the phone is concerned, no, we are going to keep it for now so that we can process it forensically. I'm going to ask you, and you can either give it to me or not, for consent to search the phone. If you give me consent, it's your choice, obviously. We'll process the phone, and then at some point get it back to you. If you don't want to give me consent, that's fine. We'll then get a search warrant and process the phone. It just would take a little bit longer because of the search warrant aspect. It's really not a huge deal. We can do that. And then you'll get it back eventually also. Same goes, do we have anything else of yours? I don't have my list with me.
That's it.
Okay.
That's all you have.
Everything else was in your truck. You have your keys and everything?
I've got it all.
Okay. So outside of the phone aspect, I'm gonna continue to work through this, do interviews, build a case, and then eventually my case will go to the state attorney's office. And they'll start working through it themselves. I presume, and I don't know this to be the case, but I presume he's not going to plead guilty. Because most people don't. He could, but I'd be shocked. So he will then set for trial. It'll probably be 2 to 4 years. If the state does decide to go with the death penalty, you can double it, the time. And it's just going to be a long road. What's your phone number for that phone that we have? Okay, and that is your work phone for Fanatics.
That is my work phone.
And it's an iPhone?
It is.
Okay.
iPhone 6.
Okay, if you could read this. And here's a pen if you want to sign. Can you see?
I'm 1,000 years old.
Not really. Let's see what your date of birth is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Whenever you were in the living room, how were the blinds? Open?
Yep.
All the way?
I believe so. I believe so. I mean, I could be wrong,
Okay.
but that's how I remember. So
So there was pretty good light coming in, and you feel like he could see you standing there?
I don't know that.
Okay.
It's an east-facing room,
Right.
and so I don't know what the reflection looked like. I don't really know the angle of the sun.
But the blinds you don't believe were closed?
I don't think so. They may, if they were closed, they were at least turned. I don't know if he could see me or not.
Okay.
I just don't know.
Is there anything I didn't ask you that you think is important for me to know?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. I think I pretty much covered everything I needed to ask. Did I give you my card?
I don't think so.
But you have my contact
I
information.
did. I mean, you're my work
Okay.
phone.
If you think of anything, call me. I'm going to work on trying to get your phones processed so you can get it back. I know you need it for work. Are they understanding that you don't have your phone?
Yes, and they understand to contact me on this one.
Okay, good.
I'm still able to access my work emails. It's just that the reason I got the work phone is because my work emails were getting really, really big. My data plan was being strangled with, you can imagine, with 4 boys and
Sure.
and Christina's my estranged. She's still on my plan, of course, and so I just needed it for the.
Right. Well, I'll work on getting it back to you sooner rather than later. But we have Rachel's, Lindy's, Amanda's, and yours, so we're working through that.
If there's any other code besides work on her phone,
Mhm.
it's the one that I gave you.
For yours?
No, for hers. The only other 4-digit number she ever talked about was.
Okay, I see it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think it would be either of those two? Okay. Well, we'll try. I'll let you know, and maybe you can think of something else. If another number, I mean. But if you're not having any questions, I think we're good.
All right. Thank you so
I'll
much.
walk you out.
Looking to gather as much information as possible about James Terry Colley Jr., investigators bring his sister Rhonda Colley in.
Hey, Ron, what's your date of birth?
Yeah,
Okay. You just gotta make sure you don't have a warrant for it.
that's
Is
okay.
it RONDA?
It is. There's no H.
Is it Collie or Boatwright?
Yeah, I'll give you my ID, and
Okay.
that way it might help you. And do you want my concealed weapons too?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Conda. Oh, it's hyphenated.
Yeah.
Let me just take this to them. I'll be
Okay,
right back.
that's fine.
Hey, are you Rhonda?
Yes.
And sorry, just went to the
We
restroom.
told her. We spoke
Gee,
a few
yes.
times. Hi.
I was looking for Samantha. Did you see where she
She
slid
went to
off
go make sure I had no warrant, so she took my license somewhere.
No, that when they release property,
Right.
they have to get all your
I
personal
get it,
information
it's
off of
fine.
it. So that's what it's for.
Okay.
So let me see if I can hurry her
All
up.
right. Thank you.
Crazy. All right. So she's taking care of the evidence stuff.
Okay.
I was hoping you and I could talk for a second.
Sure. As long as it doesn't require anything that I need an attorney present for, we're good.
No, well, I don't know what you know about interaction with law enforcement, but typically the whole attorney thing comes into play when you are a suspect in a crime,
Okay.
and you're not a suspect in anything. So, as far as the property that you're trying to get back today, is that my understanding that it's 2 cell phones?
Which are my property.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything.
No, and I can show you the AT&T phone records.
Okay.
Where they're mine. Sorry.
Okay. Well, understand, as far as ownership goes, that is less important when
Okay.
a search warrant is served.
Right,
Okay,
I
so
get that.
this is how this process works.
Okay.
So we get, obviously the investigation, and we're starting off very early,
I see.
and we really have no idea,
Right.
what is what.
Okay.
So we know that Amanda and Lindy were shot, but we don't know exactly what gun they were shot with.
Right.
So that's why we have to seize, the firearms.
No, and that's fine. We can do that.
As far as the cell phones go,
Right.
we think we have an idea of which cell phone belongs to James, but in the grand scheme of things, we don't know for sure.
Okay.
So the court gives us the ability to seize those phones and kind of preserve them until we
Right.
figure things out,
Right.
and then we can kind of start, releasing some information from there. So, it's my understanding that you talked to Samantha about it's a MacBook, right?
Yeah, the MacBook that I just got for my birthday at
Okay.
the end of.
Now, did James ever use that?
No, he never used
Not
that.
to your knowledge. Okay.
Yeah, which I also have a home computer, so if you guys were worried about that, why didn't you guys take my home computer too? So
Right. Well, the thing.
MacBook I use for work,
Right.
and so that's why I'm a little. That's why I really would
Yeah.
like my MacBook.
The home computer was in that office
Yeah.
up front by the front door.
Right.
And I came to your house.
Right.
The MacBook was kind of sitting out, and it just looked like it had more recently been used.
Yeah,
Because
by
it was
the
kinda
children to watch
sitting out.
Netflix.
Yeah, so that's why we took that as opposed
Okay.
to the other one. So
Yeah, you'll see it has kids movies. That's what it was used for.
Okay.
And my login to Citibank so I can work.
Okay. And then you had some firearms also, and I
Yes.
understand that you've talked to Samantha about getting a couple of those back. You
Right.
understand there's at least probably one or two of them we can't release right now until
Oh,
we get
yeah,
lab
we
reports
understand
back.
that.
So.
You're waiting for the
And I guess it's a couple shotguns, maybe a
Right.
rifle,
Right.
and a pistol.
Right. There's I don't know which guns. My husband would know
Okay.
which ones we are missing and we need back. So.
Okay, all right. Now, do you have any idea? There were quite a few firearms in the house, and when you go into through your main entrance through the front,
Right.
and you go to the right, that's y'all's bedroom, right?
That's right.
The master suite. And then if you go back to the left, down that hallway past the kitchen, that's where James was staying, right?
Right.
How long had he been staying there?
A couple months.
Okay. So 2 months is fair? 3 months?
I'd say 2 months. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when he moved in there to your house, it was because of the whole injunction situation, right?
No, he moved in before the injunction.
Okay. Well, the injunction, to the best of my remembrance, was right around the end of June. That kind
No,
of
it was July 21st, I believe.
Okay.
Was the injunction.
You can get that if you need to.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay. All right. What was the story with the injunction initially? Because I know what the paperwork says, but
It was.
I'm just curious what behind the scenes is.
Honestly, the injunction was the fact that she didn't want James around the house so that her and Lamar could have their affair. Is really what it comes down to.
Okay.
He's never raised a hand on her. You can look at the court records, and there are court records that state the detective asked if he had ever hit her, and she said no.
Right.
But what it led up to was apparently when she was out of town, she was supposed to be out of town with her girlfriends, and she was out of town with Lamar.
Okay.
And the way James found out about it was she left her iPad at home, and iMessage or something came up,
Okay.
and it said, "Hey, don't worry, I won't post any pictures. I'm in the Keys, but he won't know that you're not with me."
Okay.
And so he called her, and so what invoked the injunction is when he called her, he said, "Look, if I just saw that you're not with you." He had been suspected for months that she'd been having an affair.
Okay.
But I guess she wouldn't answer the phone, and he burned some of her clothes or something, and that's what caused the injunction.
Okay. So James was still actually living at the house then.
Yeah, but they were on and off before
Okay.
that, and then he filed for divorce after that.
What do you think the kind of like the tipping point was for their relationship? Like that kind of made them start going in separate ways.
She started sleeping with someone else.
Okay. Do you know about when that was?
I think when they started working together.
I don't know when.
You would have to ask Fanatics.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a roundabout time
I
frame?
don't.
Like earlier this year or last year or?
Probably February, March.
Okay. All right. And to your knowledge, who was the person who kind of brought up the divorce?
James filed for divorce.
Okay. Did you guys, you and James, talk about this a lot?
My brother was my best friend. We talked a lot, but I also talked to Amanda. Amanda and I were like
Okay.
sisters.
Okay.
So, of course, she never would admit to me the affair, but other people saw her with Lamar, and he would park by the park and then walk behind and go in through the back door.
Okay.
And sometimes even when the children were home, so it wasn't any surprise. And then the S&M stuff that she ordered and stuff that were found, so
Okay.
it's pretty clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you know about that?
What do you mean?
Like you brought the S&M stuff up, but what do you know about it? Did James tell you anything about that?
Oh, no. James didn't tell me anything about that. I found it on her iPad where she had ordered it off at Amazon.
Okay.
So.
How long ago was that?
I was getting a movie for the kids, and there was a screenshot of it on there.
Okay.
So I don't recall. I never.
More
showed
recently or several months ago?
up. I don't recall.
Okay. All right.
I don't recall.
So, according to what you know, and I don't know if this would be from Amanda's perspective since you and her were close and y'all talked, or from James' perspective since y'all were close and talked, or just an observation because you're a
Right.
woman. When do you think that James had pretty much kind of said, enough's enough, I'm done, this is over with?
This is all a very big surprise. What happened? To be quite honest with you, he had moved on. He realized the relationship was over. So I'm not sure what happened that morning to make him just snap. This isn't my brother.
Okay.
I mean, if you look through his Facebook, if you look through our family photos, if you look through their family photos, he was a coach for Trey for baseball and football. This wasn't the norm behavior for him. Something happened. It wasn't like, I know that people are saying that he planned it. That's not the case. I don't know what happened between the time he left court and the time he went to the house. I was in Europe.
Right.
I was on a vacation with my husband in Italy. But they were cordial to each other. They actually spent the day together Tuesday. Avery had lice, and they went together and had their hair treated, and she invited him over for dinner, and he fixed the air conditioner that night. So I'm not sure what happened to take place to make this occur.
Okay.
So I don't have any information for you.
Okay.
The conversations that I know that they talked about, they were going through a divorce, but it wasn't as nasty as some, but it wasn't as friendly as others.
Makes sense.
So it was a normal divorce. But I do know that they were trying to have a decent relationship for the children, and I know that they had spent time together taking the children places and doing things with the children. And like I said, Amanda spent 4 or 5 hours at my house that day, and they had also been intimate at some points. So I don't know.
Now, as far as that information, obviously if she was at your house, you can make an observance, but is that information that you're receiving as far as their intimacy from James or from Amanda?
Actually, from text that I saw from Amanda saying, "Don't tell your sister that we had sex last night."
Okay.
So no, she didn't want people to know that she was sleeping with him and with Lamar.
Okay.
So, and then she openly admitted it in court too, that and that's court record, that she was still sleeping with him.
Okay. How long was James and Amanda actually together?
They had been together they would have celebrated their 7-year anniversary September 26th of this year, and they dated for a year before that, so about 8 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and for the most part, they were, I think, pretty happy. The last probably year or two, they started having issues. Quite honestly, I don't feel very comfortable speaking to you without consulting my attorney first on what information I should give you.
Okay.
But I can tell you that my brother never raised a hand to her. She specifically said that. It's court record.
Sure.
I loved my sister-in-law. We were like best friends. And again, it was a divorce. They were cordial to each other. Sometimes they were getting along, sometimes they weren't. And again, Tuesday they were together. Everything was fine. Wednesday was Trey's birthday. She wasn't there. Not because she couldn't be, because she chose not to be.
Where did y'all celebrate that?
At my house.
Okay.
And I FaceTimed, and I know that they were together Tuesday because I FaceTimed Amanda. I have the records on my phone where I called her because I wanted to make sure that she knew that if she had Trey, that I was going to FaceTime with him first thing in the morning so that I could wish him happy birthday before he went to school. So, you know, I really don't have any information to give
Right.
you.
Okay.
I mean, from what I could tell, it was, like I said, it wasn't a bad divorce, but it wasn't like, oh, we're friendly, let's go down and get a divorce together. But James is the one who filed.
Well, and you know, just like you, I think we're all at the sheriff's office. Investigators are trying to wrap their mind around
What happened, right?
Exactly, because you know, based on what we
Right.
have been told, you know, it's my impression, and you know, I've been through a similar situation
Right.
before with an ex, so I can understand the emotional turmoil that you
Right.
kind of go through. But it seems to me that, do you know who Amy is?
Yeah, Amy.
Okay.
They started dating August, the second week of August, after he had filed for divorce.
Okay, according to her, they've been dating for 3 months.
No, they worked together for 3 months.
Okay.
And I can confirm that for sure.
Okay.
Because JR was adamantly trying to stay with, and Amy will tell you.
Mhm.
I know that you can question her; she'll tell you.
Right.
The first time that they were ever even like kissed was after he had filed for divorce.
Okay.
So they had been friends, and he, I think she was more of a confidant of, you know, hey, my marriage is going south. I think Amanda's having an affair kind of thing.
Mhm.
But they had not been sleeping together or having an affair for 3 months.
Okay.
And you can ask her that.
Okay. Well, information may have been misrelayed to me, but there's an interview that a detective did
Yeah.
with her.
Right.
And the information that was relayed to me
Right.
by the other detective was that they had been seeing each other for about 3 months.
Yeah, they had been friends for 3 months.
Okay.
And so that's probably where it was misconstrued.
Okay.
Because they would go on walks and stuff for breaks. My brother lives with me, so it wasn't like he would come home from work, he'd get the children, he would work his normal day, he'd take Trey to football practice, and he would never leave. The keys to his car were right there at the front door.
Right.
We have an alarm if the door opens. It's not like he was sneaking out and seeing her on the weekends. We were together every weekend. So I can tell you 100% they did not start seeing each other until the second week of August after he had filed for divorce.
Okay. All right. So, now they work together at City, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you work at City also?
I do.
Okay. What do you do at City?
It's a little difficult. I'm a vice president of commercial card operations. I manage corporate clients.
Okay.
So.
Okay. That doesn't seem difficult. That's pretty easy to explain.
Yeah, it's a little tiny bit of my job. So.
A little portion.
Yeah.
There's really no title for what you
Yeah,
actually do.
right.
So, okay. All right. Fair enough. Were you able to make arrangements to get your vehicle back from Virginia?
We have been working with the insurance company. It's still up there, so
Okay.
my husband is actually going to go get it this weekend. They finally have released it to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
Because we understood there was some damage to it, and we wanted to make sure that we were able to get a tire and all that stuff for it.
yeah, it had a spare tire on it. I don't know at what point.
Yeah, we'd rather go ahead and just
Yeah.
get a whole new tire put on
Right.
it and make sure that
So, and it may have even had some damage to the rim that lost the tire. It was
Yeah,
in
and
the
that's
trunk,
what we
and
were
it looked like
afraid of.
it might have been a little marred up. So,
yeah,
do you have any idea when that happened?
it
As far as-
happened. I guess the day of the incident. I don't.
Okay, because the reason why I was asking is, you know, we try to conduct a thorough investigation, and one of the things we did is we pulled the video from the courthouse
Right.
To kind of see what happened that morning
Right.
with coming and going and
Right.
vehicles and things like that. And when James actually arrives at the courthouse, he kind of goes over and he kind of hunches down next to the car like
Because
he's
when
looking at a tire.
Because when he backed out of the driveway, so see, he wasn't supposed to be driving my vehicle that day.
Okay.
What happened was he wasn't supposed to be driving my vehicle at all. But my parents were there to take the kids to school.
Uh-huh.
And it just so happened that the way that the cars were in the driveway is my car was there, his car was last. And because the car seats were in his car, and then my parents' car was over here, my mom was actually going to go to work, so she was going to take her vehicle. My dad took his truck, James's truck, so that he could take the kids to school in the car seats. And so James took my car. Well, in order to maneuver, he wasn't paying attention, and he just backed into my mailbox. And so,
I've noticed the mailbox was damaged. Yeah. Okay.
So he was looking at the damage that he did on my mailbox because he knew when I got home, that he better have had my car fixed. So.
Are you big sister or little sister?
I'm big sister.
Okay.
So.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. And Crystal is what?
She's middle child.
Middle
If
child.
you couldn't tell. So she's middle child. James is the baby.
James is the baby.
Right.
And it's just the three of y'all?
It's just the three of us.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Seems like y'all are pretty close as far
We're
as being
very
a family.
close.
So.
Yes, very close. And this has been, again, we loved Amanda, and we took her in as if she were our own, and I miss her. She was one of my best friends.
Right.
We did a lot together. We've had 2 disagreements in 8 years. And, you know, her last post on her Facebook, I don't know if you saw, was thanking me for how much I love her children and the things that I do for them every day. You know, when she was sick, I would bring her soup and medicine, and you know, if she needed something, and her back was out, I'd come over and clean the house for her. We were close. Even after all this, we were still close. Because I believe whatever happens in a marriage, that's between 2 married people. Nobody really knows what goes on behind closed doors. You know, while I don't agree with the fact that she was having her affair, I'm sure that my brother was no saint either. I know that he wasn't cheating on her, but I also know that he probably drove her crazy in a lot of ways,
Sure.
you know, just the way I do my husband, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But this was a complete surprise, and it was completely out of character, and I'm telling you, something made my brother snap, that he would never do this. He loved Amanda. Even through the divorce, he loved her, and that was the mother of his children. And we don't understand what happened.
Right.
You know.
But it's hard for us to figure out too, and we were
Right.
hoping, you know, maybe, you know, family members might have some insight because, you know,
I think you should
30
talk to
minutes. Lamar.
I think he's the key
Okay.
to all of this, and I don't know that you're going to get a full, true story from him.
Okay.
To be quite honest, I know our attorneys are going to be talking to him, but I don't know. I haven't heard very good things about him. Apparently, and I don't know if it's true. People have said that he shot up his ex-girlfriend's car at one point. It's probably all hearsay. You know how people, they say half a story, or they say, oh yeah, that guy, and it's probably somebody completely different.
Right.
But, you know, we have, and I'm going to be quite honest with you, I'm going to do everything that I possibly can to make sure that my brother has the fairest trial possible.
Well, that's what the goal is.
You know,
Yeah.
and the private investigator is going to be looking at that.
Right.
So, but it's something that you guys need to be looking at too.
Right.
So, you know, I just...
Well, let me ask you this: how would anything that happened in Lamar's past, and I just want to see where you're coming from,
I just don't know.
have an influence over James
Because
coming over there?
I don't
and shooting
know,
Amanda?
and that's the thing. I don't know if... I don't know. I don't know if he felt like Amanda was in danger. I don't know if Lamar and him had any kind of conversation. I don't know what happened from there. Something happened to make him not be himself.
Okay.
And it wasn't planned, because the guns were in my car that he wasn't planning on driving.
Okay.
So it's not like he went home, got the guns, and then decided to go do this. And I know that that's what everybody was saying that had happened.
Uh-huh.
That's not true.
Okay.
So, and the guns were mine. I have a 380 that I gave to my husband because it has a second stage trigger with a 4-pound pull.
Okay.
I hated it.
Okay.
And so I told JR I needed to take his guns, actually several months ago.
Okay.
So I've had those guns for a while. He didn't know they were in the car.
Well, what makes you think a 380 is involved?
I don't. I'm saying that I have a 380
Oh,
that
okay.
I gave my husband because I didn't like it.
I got you. Okay.
So, you know.
What, to your knowledge, what guns were in your car?
I think I had the 45, and I'm not sure what the other one was. I had 2. My husband would have to tell you which ones I stuck in there. And I stuck them in there right before I left the house because I didn't have our gun safe back yet.
Okay.
And so I just put them in there and locked the car.
Okay.
And then I gave the key to the nanny and the housekeeper and said, make sure, you keep these up because I didn't want the kids getting into it.
Gotcha. What kind of 45 is it? Because there's two 45s. So I'm just curious which one was in your car.
I know that we have a Smith & Wesson,
Okay.
and I'm not sure what the other one is.
Do you know what color it is?
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Okay. Where's it normally kept?
We normally keep them in the one on top of, which I think you might have found one of our guns. It was on top of our bed.
Okay.
And then we keep the other ones on the safe, and then also in top of the closet.
Okay.
And then we keep one in the drawer
Okay.
next to the nightstand.
But there are two handguns or rifles or shotguns or what in your car?
There were two. I think I had two handguns in my car.
Okay.
I can't remember. I think I stuck both of them in there. I'll have to ask Tammy because she was with me when I stuck them in there.
Okay.
And I'll
Who's Tammy?
confirm. She's my housekeeper.
Okay.
And I gave her the keys right afterwards.
Okay.
And said, make sure you put these up because I don't want the kids to be getting around my guns while
Gotcha.
I'm gone.
Okay. So I guess this is my wonderance is what happened to the other gun. So I mean, we only have one gun that we recovered from.
Well, you remember we had my husband's truck, so
Right.
it's probably in his truck.
Okay.
So
So do you have any idea how it got from your car to your husband's truck? Could he have moved it?
well, we always carry a gun in his truck.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. So you said you had two firearms in your Infinity, right?
Right.
Prior to this incident.
Right.
Okay. And they were
No, I
handguns.
said right, but I'm not sure if I stuck both of them in there. That's why I said I have to.
Oh,
check.
okay.
So I had the two. I know I stuck one in there, but I'm not sure if we are also loading our car up to go down to Orlando, and I'm
Okay.
not sure if I stuck the other one in his truck.
Okay.
I know I stuck the 380 in his truck
Okay.
because we keep that in the toolbox.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if I stuck the other one in my car or his car. So I'll have to ask him.
Okay. So the gun that was in your car that you said you thought it was a 45
I
or something
thought it
like
was
that?
the 45, but
Okay.
I can't tell you
Whose
for
gun
sure.
is that?
Well, it was my brother's, but I bought it from him
Okay.
because I didn't like my gun. I didn't like the 380 with the 4-pound trigger. So
Okay. And where, like, at what point did you purchase that gun?
it was several months ago.
Did you get the, like, could you tell how old the gun is? Like, I'm just trying to figure out which gun it was because one of them
No.
looks definitely older than the other one.
No, but now we do have a very old gun from. It's like a 1919 Colt or something.
Okay.
That was my husband's great grandfather's gun.
Okay.
That was at the house.
Okay.
It was a revolver.
Okay.
So you guys have that gun?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'll have to. You guys would really have to check with my husband on all the guns because he knows them better than I do.
Okay. All right. So the one you purchased from James, when you purchased it, what was it in a case or a box or something like
I
that?
had a case.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I followed the concealed weapons thing, so I always had. I had
Okay.
my concealed weapons permit.
Okay. Fair enough. What kind of case was it? Do you remember what color it was, or
I don't.
what it looked like,
Honestly,
or anything like that?
No.
Because I have a particular gun in mind. I'm trying to figure out
Yeah.
if it's the gun that you're trying to describe to me.
I
So
don't.
okay.
I don't. Like I said, I don't even know what. I know that the case for my 380 is black. That I don't even know if it's a hard case or soft case. To be quite honest with you.
Okay. So the firearms that were in your bedroom belong to you and your husband, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the firearms that were in James's room, who do those belong to?
I would have to know which guns they were to tell you.
Okay. There was,
And again, you probably have to talk to my husband.
yeah, there was a silver case that's probably about the size of this couch cushion,
Right.
like metal case,
Uh-huh.
and it had a really nice, like over-under shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
And I know James likes to duck hunt.
Right.
So I was kind of, being that it was
Yeah.
in his room
Right.
and knowing what he likes to hunt.
I don't know. You'd have to talk to my husband about all those guns. I
Okay.
have no idea about that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
No,
It's just,
if you don't know, I can't make you know.
I just don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know? And you seem to know a little bit about guns. Do you know if you guys had a Ruger,
Um,
like a pistol? Semi-automatic?
I think one of ours is a Ruger, but again,
Okay.
you have to ask my husband.
Okay.
So I know, only reason why I know my 380 pretty well is because it was a Christmas present, and I specifically asked for that gun, and then when I got it, I hated it. So,
Okay.
because it was sighted and had the laser and all that stuff on it,
Right.
but I didn't like it once I got it. So
Okay.
that's the only reason why I know anything about my gun.
Okay.
So really, again, my husband is the one.
Be
that
the person that could
Yeah.
really talk about it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there was when we served the search warrant on your house, there was a gun box underneath James's bed for a 9mm Ruger.
Right.
And one of the guns, we believe,
Right.
and we won't know for sure until
Right.
we send the stuff off to the lab, used in the killing was a 9mm Ruger.
Right.
So
Was that silver?
to be honest with you, I saw it one time and I just don't remember.
Okay. 'Cause-
Could have been.
Okay. I'll have to check and see. I'll have to ask
Okay.
Dan which ones.
Well, I know who the gun belongs to because I ran the serial number
Right.
Through our database,
Right.
and so I know who it belongs to.
Okay.
And it doesn't come back to you or your husband or to James.
Right.
So I'm just trying to figure out why that box is in James's room,
Yeah, I don't know.
and that the gun box
Mhm.
is in James's room under the bed, and then the gun is abandoned at the murder scene, laying next to Amanda's dead body.
Okay.
So it makes me believe that James took that gun there.
Okay.
In
I
all
don't know.
fairness. So, there was also in James's room. There was also it was almost like a duffel bag or some kind of like large sports bag or something
Uh-huh.
like that. That just had boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of ammunition in it.
Mhm.
Do you know who that belongs to?
No, you have again. I'll have to talk to my husband.
Okay.
Because we do go to the firing range,
Okay.
and so I don't know.
Okay.
I have to ask.
And then next,
And it would depend on the type of ammo.
sure.
Right.
And then next to James's bed, right there where the duffel bag and that metal gun case was, is kind of against that far wall. Like when you walk into the
Yeah.
room where James is staying, you got his bed kind of in front of you when you first walk in the room. The bathroom's over here. You got that big kind of armoire
Right.
or chest or whatever that is,
Yeah.
kind of right there. It's got the TV on top of it.
Right.
And then you kind of go over towards the closet.
Right.
And right there in front of the closet is the large metal gun case, and then the duffel bag. And then there's a bunch of ammunition, like boxes that are torn open, and bullets laying just loose on the floor. And as you asked, I don't.
Right.
You made the comment earlier, something to the effect of, "I don't know where
Right.
it came from that y'all thought that he came there and got
Right.
guns." And
Right.
well, that's part of the reason. Is because
Okay.
it looks like just looking at it, that someone hastily kind of tore open the boxes and got some bullets
Right.
and kind of just left a mess on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's one of the things that kind of has us scratching our heads,
Yeah.
And then the fact that there's 2 firearms that are used in the murders.
Right.
So he comes to the house.
Right. But again, I wasn't home and I
Right.
was in Italy, so I'm just.
Well, I'm just trying to give you some understanding of
Okay.
where we're coming from.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because you made the comment that you
Yeah.
don't know why people think this.
Right.
So there's 2 firearms that are used in the murders.
Right.
2 different types of firearms.
Right.
And one of those firearms is abandoned at the scene next to the dead body, Amanda's dead body. And like I said, in that firearm, there's a
Right.
box underneath the bed for that firearm at James's house, or
Right.
at your house where James was staying.
Right.
So when you kind of look at all that, from an investigator's standpoint,
Yeah.
it makes us believe at some point,
Right.
unless James was walking around with 2 guns, which we know he wasn't because he went to the courthouse through the metal detectors, right? So we know James came back over to the Southampton neighborhood that morning because he made a purchase at the Speedway right there at the front of Southampton. It used to be the Hess station.
Yeah.
And he's on video there.
Right.
So, and that's right before the murders happened.
Right.
So, the assumption is, and I don't know that we'll ever be able to say definitively, but
Right.
I'm just trying to get you to understand why we think what we think,
Right.
is that, he goes back to the house after court and then goes and commits the murders. So could he have gotten the guns from your house? Yeah, he could have,
Right.
So that's where that's coming
But he
from.
didn't. They were in the car already. So, but regardless, that's for you guys to investigate
Right.
and find out, right?
Right.
So.
But and like I said, just trying to get you to understand where we're coming from.
Yeah, no, and
So,
I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did are you aware? And obviously this would be something that maybe another family member, your dad or sister, or maybe even James himself might have told you that James and Amanda had some contact that morning, like phone calls and stuff like that.
I saw that on my phone bill.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is when you say your phone, but is James's phone on your phone line?
Yeah, that's why I said these are my
okay.
phones.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Gotcha. So, to your knowledge, do you have any idea what the
No idea.
spirit of that contact was?
Again, I was in Italy.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were told.
No.
So, well, based on what your mom and your dad
Mhm.
told the detectives, that there was apparently a very heated conversation at one point
Right.
that was had. Did anybody kind of fill you in on that?
Mhm.
Okay.
No, I mean honestly, I have tried to really just make sure that that's something that the investigators, the attorneys, the police
Right.
figure out. I don't want to know
Okay.
because I figure that there's nothing that I can do to change it, and there's nothing really. I can't provide you any assistance.
Right.
I can't provide him any assistance. I'm really just trying to stay a neutral party.
Right.
Honestly, the children are my main priority.
Uh-huh.
So whatever happened, you guys will figure it out.
Right.
And the attorneys will work through it. You guys will do your investigation.
Right.
Our investigators will do theirs, and that's the piece that'll fall out.
Sure.
I care about the children.
Sure.
So
Well, and at the same time, I've always been under the belief that family members have a right to know. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So there's certain information that can be told, and there's certain information that can't.
right.
And in time,
Right.
pretty much the entire story will come out. But I guess what I was trying to do, and if you really don't care, then I'll stop the effort. But what I was trying to do is trying to give you some understanding as far as what is being said is being said.
Okay.
The things that are being pointed to that suggest,
Right.
what happened. So,
Right.
um,
No, and I get that, and I understand where you guys are coming from.
yeah,
I also think that there's a lot more that probably happened that you're not aware of.
we would
that-
like to know.
Yeah, that will eventually come out. So,
Right.
and I think that you guys should probably start with Lamar.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've talked to Lamar several times. I think he's done like 3 interviews so far.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's being 100% honest with you.
I don't know whether he is or not, but if there's something that you think that we need to ask,
Yeah.
something specific
Yeah, as
that
soon
you
as our
have.
investigators get through, I'll forward any information over to you.
Okay, that would be helpful.
So, I mean, and I hope you know I'm not trying to be difficult.
No, not at all.
It's just I think that he's a key piece to this, and I don't know what happened because JR had never heard Amanda in the past, and I know that there's the injunction, and people are like, oh, there's an injunction for domestic abuse. It was the burning of the clothes. He's never touched her.
Right.
Never laid a hand on her.
Right.
So, this is not a normal behavior. I really believe that it has something more to do with him than her.
Okay.
So, and again, I loved my sister-in-law. We were best friends, and regardless of what anybody else says, I can prove it to you. I've got texts, I've got phone calls, I've got phone records, I've got messages on Facebook. I mean, so I know what kind of relationship we had, and I know what kind of relationship my brother and my sister-in-law had. And it's all documented. So I just don't understand what happened.
Right.
I mean,
That's what we're
I'm
trying
as
to figure
confused
out.
as you.
Yeah.
I just don't know what happened. Something happened to make him snap. He never would have done this
Right.
ever.
Well, he calls her that morning and leaves her a voicemail,
Mhm.
saying something to the effect that, I really want to talk to you, I don't want to misspeak, but I think he says something to the effect of "I love you" or something like that.
Mhm.
And I'm trying to remember.
Right.
And then he makes a follow up, and he goes from sounding very upset and almost apologetic
Mhm.
to kind of having a little bit of anger in his voice.
Right.
and he says, you know, if you don't call me, I'm going to come find you. So I don't know what happens in that amount of time. I don't know if it was, you know, her.
But that doesn't mean he was going to come find her and come kill her. I mean,
But he did.
right? I get that, but I don't think that's what he meant. So,
Right.
I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And I'm talking about 30 minutes before
Yeah.
she's shot to death.
Right.
That these, you know,
Right.
I mean, reasonable person. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but that's where we're at. So, and like I said, you know, when we get to a point where some more information can be shared, you know, if you're interested, we'll stay in contact with you.
Yes, absolutely.
And we'll go from there. So,
Yeah.
let me check on the status of the firearms and stuff like that, and see if they got done. What they have to do is they have to run what's called criminal history on you, just to make sure that you're eligible to have
no,
a
that's
firearm.
fine. And
So-
like I said, if you need my concealed weapons permit, I can have it with me.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
They'll just run you through the NCIC computer and make sure that you don't have anything that disqualifies you from receiving a firearm.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if Samantha explained to you or not, but when we release firearms, we do not release ammunition at the same time. So if the firearms were loaded,
That's fine.
we typically make somebody come back on another day to pick up ammunition.
Yeah, I
It
get
seems
that.
kind of silly.
No, I don't think it
Um,
seems silly at all. Honestly, my main concern are the cell phones.
Right.
And I know that seems silly, but my husband left his phone on the plane from Sweden to New York, so we're down a phone. And then the other phone was my nephew's phone, and I'd like to give that back to him.
Yeah, that's
So,
not a problem.
Right.
How long y'all wind up staying in Italy? Like 2 or 3 days, right?
Yeah, it was like 3 days.
Did you get to do anything at all?
Rome, that was it.
Oh, okay.
So, and we were supposed to leave for Florence the next morning, but so we'll be back, I hope.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Well, I know it's been an emotional roller coaster for all you guys too, and
it has been.
your family seems like they're really nice. And you know, I talked to your dad for quite a bit of while we were over at your house, and he just seems like a really good guy. So
My family, that's what I mean. It just is, I'm sorry, it just is not, this isn't something, I feel like I'm living somebody else's life.
right,
And, you know, if I thought that my brother was going to hurt Amanda, if I wouldn't gone on my trip. I would have called her. I would have told her.
no, I
mean,
think that's blindsided everybody.
and so it wasn't something that I ever could have imagined.
Right.
But I mean, there was also a lot of Amanda that I guess I didn't know. I mean, with her, you know, she was experimenting, I guess, with sex and maybe, and that's her right.
Mhm.
She's an adult; she can do whatever she wants.
Right.
I just don't know. Like I said, what goes on behind closed doors. But the divorce wasn't any more angry than any other divorce, and it was a lot more friendly than some that I know of.
Right.
And you know, Amanda's been to our house together, and she was there Tuesday by herself with James. So I don't understand. I'm with you. I just don't understand.
Yeah, I really didn't get the impression that she was afraid of James or thought
No.
James would hurt her.
No.
You know? So, I mean, there was, you know, like you said, some contact and things like
Right.
that, whether there should have been or not because of the injunction.
Right.
But regardless, there was.
Right.
And even that morning, I don't know if you know or not, but that morning, we were actually, the sheriff's office was actually at Amanda's house, and the PSA that went there left 17 minutes before the shots were actually fired.
Right.
And it was Amanda saying, you know, I've got to think this through. I don't want James to go to jail. I want him to be able to see his kids. You know, I don't
Right.
want to file a report right now because he had apparently gone over there and torn the house up that
Right.
morning. So it was kind of her that was like, no, wait, you know,
Right.
there's a better way to handle this. You know, I don't want
Right.
to get, you know, law enforcement involved right now and so on and so forth. And
Right.
and then, you know, our guy leaves and 17 minutes later is when
Right.
James comes over there and
So
does what he does.
So what happened in that 17 minutes?
Well, I think I don't think it was that 17 minutes. I
Yeah.
think it was a little bit before that. You
Yeah.
know, and I can't. You know, you have your right to have your perspective and your beliefs, but
Yeah.
from an investigator standpoint, I can't ignore those phone calls and those voicemails that he left her.
Yeah.
You know, so
No.
and I'm wondering if you know there was something that kind of built up in him that you know just all of a sudden came out. So.
Right.
You know, we're all human beings, and we're all capable of really bad things
It's just a
at the end of
terrible-
the day. So,
It's-
but nobody wins in this. You know,
No.
Amanda's family's lost her, you've lost Amanda. You've, for all intents and purposes, lost your brother because he's
Right.
sitting in a jail cell.
Right.
The kids have lost both of their parents.
Right. Everybody's
It
lost.
turns everybody's world upside down. So, and we just have to try to come up with some kind of understanding of it and figure out what happened. So,
Yeah, I know.
but let me check with Samantha and see where we're at, and we'll get you out of here. Okay?
I appreciate it.
No problem.
Detective Toller, I really appreciate how understanding you guys have been with our family too.
Y'all didn't do anything wrong.
I know.
Okay? Y'all's family really didn't do anything wrong. So, me being a jerk to you isn't going to help.
Right.
So, I hope I'm never in your shoes, but I hope if I ever am, that somebody will at least show me a little bit of respect.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
And
I appreciate
that's
it.
what I try to do. Okay?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right.
I guess we need to sort of carry them.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so these are some folks from our forensics unit,
Okay.
and they're just going to get you to sign for
Okay.
There's that first.
what you're receiving.
Put this back.
And I'll help you carry them out.
I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're not walking through the sheriff's office.
That would be awesome.
There's a couple phones.
Okay.
And then if you want to sign, that's stating we'll give you
Okay.
back the guns.
And will we
Double
be
barrel.
getting the other phone too? There was 3 phones that were taken.
Not from your house, there wasn't.
Yeah, there was. There was a 6S.
That wasn't at the house.
It was given to an officer.
Yeah, no, y'all can't have that one back.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
That one there is evidence. These here aren't deemed to be evidence.
That one's trash.
Yeah.
That
So,
one's okay.
and you can just tear those bags up and throw them away.
Okay. All right. So even after the trial, we won't be able to get the phone back.
Well,
Is that a question?
it depends on how that plays
Okay.
into the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
After the trial is done,
Right.
if James is convicted, if that is used at trial, that evidence will go to the clerk of the court, and the
Okay.
clerk of the court will hold that evidence for indefinitely.
Okay.
Statute says 75 years.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just need to
but
get a new phone.
we'll
My
just-
husband lost his
yeah,
phone on the
we'll
plane.
say
so
indefinitely.
we're-
Somebody use that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Use that one.
If you want to sign,
Okay.
stating we're giving you back, that's the double barrel. You have a Colt, and here you have the rifle.
Okay, and that's the old Colt, right? The 1919 or
It's like, I
whatever.
think it's a 38.
That's the one we were most concerned with, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
There you go.
Thank
You're
you.
good. Yep.
I'll say they won't let her walk out. Do you want
No.
me to walk with you or
Yeah, I got it.
Got it?
I'll stop her at the front
Things
door?
are better than you. Y'all got everything
Thank
y'all
you all
need,
so
right?
much.
We're good.
Thank you, Ron.
Good. Sorry.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Amanda's sister Tammy Malone comes forward with important information about Amanda and Collie Jr.'s relationship.
You have to sit wherever. So you think that they do understand?
They know that she's dead.
Mm-hmm.
We never said the word dead. So I don't know where that exactly came from. Because we said that Mommy went to heaven to live with God and be an angel.
Mm-hmm.
And they said no. So we had to keep on saying yeah. And, just trying to make them I want to make sure that they know that they're still loved and they're still wanted. And
Kids are resilient, Tammy.
I know.
It's crazy how resilient kids are. They just get through stuff and bounce back, and I think their age definitely helps.
Yeah.
The older it is, the harder it is for them, I think.
Then Trey asked about his dad. And every fiber of my being wants to say, don't talk about him!
Right,
You know?
yeah.
But I can't,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want to put any of my feelings
Yeah.
onto them, and I don't want, I mean, Trey worshipped his dad. I don't want him to
Learned.
emulate that. I don't want him to emulate his behaviors.
Right.
And I also don't want him to feel any kind of guilt, because kids feel guilty over everything. So we told him that Dad had to go away and get some help, and he'll be gone for a very, very long time, and he might not see him again.
What did he say?
Not much. Not a whole lot. Other than that, it's just been I think when they went down the road, one of my mom's friends has a pool right down the road, and the kids went down there swimming. And Avery wanted Stephanie to get in the pool with her. And she said, no, I'm not going to get in the pool. Avery said, but my dad always holds me in the pool. She got in the pool.
You win.
What are you going to do?
You got it.
She said, so I got my ass in that pool.
Well, I'm glad that they're, happy right now and stuff. I wanted to bring you here because I feel like you have a lot of insight into the past with Amanda. And I haven't had a chance to talk to you for obvious reasons. So that's why I brought you here, so I know you know a lot. And I know you've contacted us in the past in reference to some things with them. You actually called us that day. So that's why I wanted to talk to you. Are you good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Today is September 7th, 2015. We're going to record the interview.
Okay.
It's at 9 a.m. I'm here with Tammy Malone. Tammy, what's your date of birth? And your address?
31537.
Oh, that's right by the church.
Mhm.
Okay. And your phone number? Alright, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Go way back for me with Amanda and James, and how did they meet?
Through work. They worked together at the same place.
Where was that?
I don't remember. It was one of the mortgage companies.
Okay. How long ago was that?
It's been over 8 years.
Okay. How long did they date before they got married?
Maybe 2 years.
Did you like James?
In the beginning, I liked James.
Okay. When did you start not liking James?
Right after they got married.
Yeah. Why?
Because everything changed. There was no more. It's like as soon as they got married, her family didn't matter anymore. It didn't exist. It was. It was like it was all a show until they got married, and then, well, now you're a collie, so you have to come and be a collie.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all that matters is being a collie and being with collies.
Did she recognize that, or was it just you?
She didn't recognize it as quickly, but she did recognize it. She's said for years that she knew that they would not be together forever.
When did you notice it really start going south with them?
And they fought real bad before they moved to the new house. When they were still in Orange Park, they fought real bad, but it was because he was He's a really bad drinker, and I think he does some kind of drugs, but I don't know.
Why do you think he does drugs?
Because he can stay up till 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
I've been there when he's come home at 8 in the morning from being out all night long, and then comes in and crashes.
Okay.
But that's what most of their problems were him staying gone, him blowing money out like crazy. Then just the control.
What did he blow money on?
They gamble. They all gamble really bad.
Who's they?
Him, his sister, his mother. They take like gambling trips to Biloxi and Vegas, mainly Biloxi.
Okay. So he would just blow money on gambling. Amanda didn't like it.
At the poker room. And
Okay.
in their dog track over here too.
In Orange Park, right?
Yeah.
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 And Amanda wasn't a gambler.
Not really. I mean, she's gone, but it's not her thing.
Okay.
Especially once she had kids.
Right. How long were they married before they had Trey?
A couple years, 2 years.
Okay. So he'd stay out. Did she think he was on drugs too?
But she knew that he had used it before,
What? Used what?
cocaine.
Okay.
However, like recently when I would say, well, Amanda, don't you think he's out, doing drugs and whatever all night? And she's like, no, he hasn't done that. No. I don't think drugs are what made this happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a selfish, spoiled, entitled person, and he felt like he could do whatever the hell he wanted.
When you say controlling, what do you mean by that?
If she didn't do what he wanted, he threatened to take her kids.
Like, do what he wanted as far as what?
Anything. Like on New Year's Day, he was on speakerphone at the house, and she couldn't get it off fast enough, and he was telling her if she did not get home right now, her kids would never come to Georgia again. He would never come to Georgia. The kids would never come to Georgia. They would never see her family. Just, he used the kids against her all the time. All the time.
What brought up the separation that happened right around summer? What was the straw that broke the camel's back for that to happen?
She just said she'd had enough. She was done.
Had he ever been physical with her?
She said no. I don't believe it. I've heard him threaten her before.
Okay. But she said no. When did you learn about Lamar?
About a month ago.
Okay. Had you met him
No, the first day I met him was
the day this all happened? Okay.
my sister-in-law had met him before because she was taking the kids down there
Mhm.
for a week, and she was afraid her tire would blow out, so Lamar drove her down there.
Okay. What did she tell you about Lamar?
That he was a wonderful human being.
Did she love him?
If she didn't, then she was well on her way there.
Okay. Where'd she tell you she met him?
Work.
Okay. Did you know about James' girlfriend?
Amy?
Yeah.
No.
When did you learn about her? In the phone?
Yeah.
Okay. So Amanda never knew.
Not that I know of. She never mentioned it.
Do you feel like she would have?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The day that he burned her clothing, tell me about that.
We didn't even know about it until the next morning. Or was it? I don't remember if it was that night or the next morning. The worse things got, the more she tried to keep it.
Right, away from you.
Because she knew. She already knew I hated them. I know that's wrong to say on tape.
You're fine.
But I hate them.
It's your feelings. It's okay, Tammy. You're entitled to that.
She was. Apparently, I have a history of running my mouth.
That's shocking to me.
But they're afraid. She was always afraid that I would say something and that it would make it worse.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize how mouthy people thought I was until this last week. Whew. When we get ready to go to court, my mom says, "No, Tammy, don't you say anything. Don't you?" Mom, I'm a 44-year-old adult woman who works in the court system. I know how to behave. I wear a suit. But she would send things to there were some things that she had started sending me because she was afraid of them deleting all of her evidence to use for the divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Or she just sent me some, and it was mostly screenshots of messages
Between the two.
Mm-hmm. And I did see the pictures of the burned things, and I went there afterwards, and it was not. I mean, it was every single scrap of everything she owned.
Was she upset by this?
Oh yeah.
What caused him to do that?
She wasn't home. Apparently, she didn't return a phone call fast enough.
But weren't they already separating at that point? When they decided to separate, who decided that she was going to stay at the house and he was going to go to his sister's? Was that her or him?
I honestly don't know. He left. He did eventually leave.
Okay.
I don't know. I always thought it was mutual.
Okay. Well, I don't know either. That's why I'm asking you.
Oh,
I can't ask either of them. So.
Yeah.
When did you've called us several times, have you not? What was the first time you called us? Do you remember?
He had burned all of her clothes.
Okay. Did she not want to call?
She was afraid to.
She was scared of what he would do. And then the second time you called us?
The day that he killed her. But I didn't know about that yet.
Right.
It was earlier that morning when she said that he had broken in and busted up all the TVs and just ransacked the house. And it was actually my mom said, "Well, Mandy, have you called the police yet?" And at first she said no. And then by the end of the conversation, she said yes. Well, and that's what my mom said. My mom gets a little confused when she gets upset.
Mm-hmm.
So just to be sure and to kind of take it out of her hands, I did it myself.
Okay. So you didn't know anything was happening at that point. You were just calling to report the house issue.
Right.
Okay. At what point did somebody call you, or did y'all just come down there, or how did that all transpire?
I was at work
Mm-hmm.
at lunch, so sometime between 12:30 and 1. My sister-in-law called and said that she was watching the news and that there was a deadly shooting on Bellagio Court in St. Augustine. And I called the sheriff's office again and said that, told them who I was and that I had called earlier about my sister's husband going in their house, and that now there was a thing on the news about a deadly shooting, and I needed to make sure that my sister was okay. And she said that she didn't have any information, but she took my name and number and would have someone call me back. And that was the last I heard. And I left work after that, and I went straight to my mom's. And my brother, my stepbrother Chipper, works for the sheriff's office in Camden, had already called them and told them what was on the news, because I was trying to think of, I wanted to have some more knowledge before I told my mom anything.
Right.
But they had taken that out of my hands, which kind of made me mad. But I know that their hearts were in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
So I left and went to my mom's, and when I got to my mom's, well, actually I went to the school first and got my son, and then I went to my mom's because we were coming down here, and she came out on the porch and told me that my sister was dead.
Who told her that?
I don't know.
Okay. It's not the way that that's supposed to go, just so you know. So I don't know how that happened, and I'm sorry because it's not the way it's supposed to happen. I was actually on Facebook trying to find out who y'all were, so somebody outside of law enforcement had to have. I don't know how that happened, but. What do you know about James' relationship with his family as far as, did they have anything to do with Amanda and James' relationship? What?
They're into everything. That I'm telling you, that family is. They're so tight. It's creepy. They're like a cult. They're like their own little cult. And I know that sounds weird, but that's seriously how I describe it.
Okay.
It's all they do everything together. They're into everybody else's information. They share a photo stream on their iCloud. They share everything.
Was he tight with his one sister over the other?
More Rhonda, yes.
No. And that's who he was living with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you ever think that James was capable of this? No. What did you think? I mean, you obviously didn't like him, and for reasons. I mean, what did you think was, what did you think he was capable of? Just harassing her, or?
I thought he would hit her. I thought he
Hit her.
might beat her up.
Never this. Why do you think he killed Lindy?
He hated her
Why?
because he blamed everything on everyone else. None of this was his fault. It wasn't none of the thing that her leaving him was not his fault. It was Lindy's fault for talking them into it. Even Rhonda, because I've got one of those messages. Never anything was James's fault. It was always Mandy's bitchy friends or Amanda's bitch friends, because they didn't. It was always Amanda.
But your family calls her Mandy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She, he blamed Lindy because she was her friend. So therefore, she was turning her against him.
Right.
Like the time he took her medicine,
Mm-hmm.
he did that because it was turning her against him. He told her that she couldn't go see her counselor anymore because the counselor was turning her against him. None of, you know what I'm saying? None of it was his fault. It was all these other things turning her against him.
Right.
Not him being a complete douche.
When she was sending you messages, you still have them?
I have some. The others are in the iCloud and I haven't pulled them up.
Okay. I'd like to get them so
Okay.
I can have them. And these are the messages Amanda sent you.
Yes, these are between Rhonda and James.
How did Amanda
Or-
get them?
Off of James's phone.
Okay. Did he have an issue with Rachel?
I've never heard anything about an issue with Rachel.
Okay. How did he learn about Lamar? Did Amanda tell you?
The guy, you know, that driveway, the people that we were in,
Mm-hmm.
that woman, her husband, was taking pictures. Like when Lamar came and cut the grass, and Mandy said, like, he never even came in the house. But that guy sent a picture to James of a man cutting her grass.
Okay, so that's how he found out. What do you think set him off Thursday?
I'm not sure.
I've just been trying to think, something set him off. What was it? And I don't know who to ask or, where to solicit that information from.
Have you talked to Rachel?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I don't think she was privy,
To as much.
to as much, but I also don't think she got there at the very end, right before he came. So I don't know. Have you heard something? No.
He didn't, and I don't know. I don't know what set him off that day. I just know that he wasn't going to lose. Period. And with the way that he's been treated his whole life,
Mm-hmm.
there was nothing he does is wrong. That's my, you know what I mean? That's just
Right.
the way that I see it. Is whatever he does, he's justified.
Within his family?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Especially Rhonda.
How is this winning?
I don't know.
I
I don't know. Do you think you're going to get to walk away from this?
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to get to keep your kids?
mean, you've lost your children.
Live happily ever after?
Right.
I don't know. I don't understand.
I think that if we could understand Tammy, we'd have bigger issues. Is there anything that I haven't asked you, information you know that you think that is important for me to know?
And not that I can think of. I keep trying. I mean, if anything comes to mind, I'm sending it.
Yeah.
I know that Rhonda knew he still had his guns, even though at the July hearing he was told not to have them.
What did she tell you? How do you know that?
Because she lived with him and she bought him his last gun for his birthday.
When was his birthday?
Is it April?
Okay. What kind of gun was that?
I'm not sure. There's a picture of it in the things that I sent.
Okay.
I mean, he lived with her. His things were all there.
Right. Did Amanda own any guns?
The ones that I had there that were our dad's.
What kind were they?
The Ruger 9mm,
Mm-hmm.
Browning 12 gauge shotgun,
Mm-hmm.
and a 308 that I'm not sure the make. But it's probably a Ruger because most of my dad's guns were Rugers.
And those were they all registered to your dad?
Mm-hmm.
What was his name?
Tom Cloner. James Thomas Cloninger.
Okay.
Or Tom Cloninger, and they would trace back to Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay. Is that where he was from or lived?
That's where he lived when he died.
Okay. And so you had all those at Amanda's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where in the house?
She thought they were in the gun safe upstairs because me and my stepdad had both told her, we need to get those guns back. We need to get those guns back. And she said that James said they were locked in the safe upstairs. And
That he had access to?
Yeah, but he wasn't supposed to come to the house. So
Right. Did she say when the last time she saw them was?
No.
Okay. I don't think that there's anything. I mean, you have all of the knowledge as far as the back history, so I'm sort of shooting in the dark when I don't know what you know, but I think you gave me some good information.
What's up with the bondage stuff?
Amanda ordered it. She and Lamar had watched 50 Shades of Grey.
Okay.
They had not had a chance to use it, but she ordered it.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. And James found it.
I was afraid when I saw that it was something he was going to use against her, physically.
Right.
Because I know that she's told me many times that intercourse with him was very painful because
Why?
he's long
Mm-hmm.
and it was painful. Like
Okay. Was he rough with her, or just that aspect?
he was not a gentle person.
Okay.
He also used that against her too. Like he made her have sex at the house. When he was over there one night because he wouldn't help her with the kids. He told her he wasn't going to help her. They were fighting. He didn't live there. He lived at Rhonda's.
This is after they split.
After they split up, he'd come over to the house and he was fighting with. She would not argue in front of the kids if she could avoid it in any way.
Mm-hmm.
And he told her that he wouldn't help her with the kids. None of his family would help her with the kids if he told them not to, and that that nobody would help her if she didn't have sex with him.
And so she
It
did.
was, yeah, and it wasn't a love, you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, I love you, I want to have sex with you. It was control and domination.
Yeah. How did she feel? She obviously told you about it.
She hated it. It made her sick.
Is that the only time you can think of they had sex after they split?
That's the only one that she said anything. That was the one that she said something about.
Okay. So at no point after they split up initially had she ever considered A, getting back with him, or B, still having just a sexual relationship with him?
No.
No? Okay.
The only time that she said anything about getting back with him was, I was there. Rhonda was coming to get the kids because James wanted the kids. And Rhonda wouldn't come to the house because she knew I was there. So she had Mandy meet her at Publix, right there by their house, to pick up Trey and Avery. And when she came back, she was down because she hated having to give her kids up all the time. And she was sad. She was depressed. She was depressed. and she was on the verge of tears.
Mm-hmm.
And she says that, sometimes I think about just getting back with him so that I can keep my family together.
Yeah.
Because
Which is understandable.
Right. Do I believe that she meant she would seriously get back with him? No.
Yeah. After she left him, do you feel like a weight was lifted off of her, or was she? Yeah.
I got to have more contact with my sister than I'd had in years.
That's good.
Yeah. Because we weren't ever invited to their house anymore. And when we did go to their house, James wouldn't come in the same room with us. He just stayed in his bedroom.
Why? I don't understand.
I don't either.
What did she say about it?
He's just tired.
Okay.
And I would say, you mean he's just a douche?
Well,
And she's like, whatever.
did your mom like him?
No.
Ever?
In the beginning, everybody liked him.
Okay.
I mean, he was fun, he was funny, he was good to her. That just didn't last. And then I got a message today from someone who I don't even know that says that he's known that family for 22 years, and that she's the third person that he gave that ring to. And I don't know if he means the first ring that they bought together when they were on... It can't be that ring, because they were in Atlantis when he bought her first ring. So, her wedding ring, which is gone. Her wedding rings and her 2 Pandora bracelets are gone from the house.
Mm.
And she had them in her jewelry box because she wouldn't wear them, but she didn't want to lose them. She wanted, to be able to give them to her kids someday, but they're not there.
So he must have taken them. That's interesting.
Because that was one of the things that we were looking for, so that we would have them for the kids,
Mm-hmm.
and they're not there.
What's going on with the kids as far as court? When's the next court date? The 15th?
15th.
And what is that for?
I'm really not sure, other than to terminate his parental rights. I know that it's that's part of it.
Okay. And then from there, adoption? Or,
Hopefully.
and is it, obviously the Collie side wants them as well. Who is it on the Collie side? Is it Rhonda? Have they seen them at all since this all happened? No. Have they asked to see them? No. And your mom's retired, right?
Mhm.
So she's capable. Who is it in Florida that the judge...
My brother and his wife.
Okay. Oh, I met them.
Brendan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I met her that day, but I think I met her husband at the funeral. He wasn't.
Probably.
Yeah, he wasn't there that day.
No.
And where do they live?
Mims.
Where's that?
About an hour south of Daytona. If you stay on 95, it's got Daytona, New Smyrna.
It's in Volusia County.
It's where Volusia, Seminole, and Brevard
Mm-hmm.
is it the 3 meet. I know it's Volusia and Seminole meet, and then there's a third one that bumps in, and they're like right there in that thing, because they're like I think their car tags are Volusia, but they're zoned for Seminole schools.
Golly, they are right there then.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything I didn't ask you think's important?
I'm not sure. I mean, everything's important to
No, I
me.
know. Well, you've got my number, so You know how to reach me if you think of anything. You've got my email address, so you can email me. But if there's nothing else, I think we'll go ahead and conclude at 9:30.
Okay.
Police learn that James Terry Colley Jr. plans to argue that he had taken a sleeping pill, which impaired his judgment at the time of the murders. Needing to establish that he was aware of what he was doing, investigators turned to Brittany Mano.
You can sit wherever you want.
No.
Alright. You have your ID on you?
I do.
So I know who I'm talking to. Thank you. Is that your correct address?
Yes.
Okay. Today, September 29th, 2015. Time is 4:01 p.m. This is Detective English, St. Johns County Sheriff's Office Major Crime Unit, conducting an investigation in reference to double homicide in Marabella. I'm here with Brittany Mano, M-A-N-N-O. Brittany, what's your date of birth?
1980.
And your address?
St. John's 32259.
And your phone number? Okay, this interview is being conducted here at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. I want to confirm that I haven't threatened you, coerced you, or induced you to talk to me. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, yes, that's correct. You didn't.
Thank you for clarifying that. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me about the day of August 27th. What you know about that.
I frequently walk the German Shepherd dog puppy across the, I think is the address. And I got there a little bit late. I usually get there at 10, but I got there, I think it was about like 10:15. And I was taking Max, that's the people's last name, for a walk down the block. I came out of the house, I guess I went right, and I heard a man and another man outside across the street. I don't remember the exact address, and they were talking very loudly. Please, son, don't do it. We'll help you. Everybody knows what you've been going through. No, son, don't do it. And the man was just screaming, and I heard him all the way up and down the block. I heard him say, just come back and get your truck. And then at one point he said something like, we'll take you to see your kids. It won't be a big deal. It was on speakerphone, but the only thing I could hear from the other side of the conversation was someone on the other line had said, please, I'm sorry. He said, I can't do this anymore. I can't effing do this anymore.
Okay.
And then I walked back. I wanted to stop, but the dog that I'm with, he's kind of weird sometimes. So my intention was to put him back in the house and to go back out and ask if there was somebody I could call, because it was quite apparent that the man that was outside on the phone was in distress. I thought he was trying to talk someone out of committing suicide. I didn't know what actually had happened until much later. So I went and I put the dog back in the house, and I finished up, and as I was coming out the door, I noticed a green truck drive by. It had like some hunting or fishing sticker in the back window. It was the man who was outside, and I guess the guy that was with him with dark hair. It was like an older man and a guy with dark hair. And they sped down Garrison going towards the left.
Okay.
Really sped down Garrison going towards the left, and they turned by the golf course. And then by the time I got in my car and left to go the same way, they had already turned back in, and I saw them make the turn back in to go back into the house.
Okay.
So,
Did you see them pulled over by police or no?
no.
Okay, so
They
they were
were.
coming back in on their own accord.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know either of these men?
Not at the time. Obviously, I know a little bit about them now.
Okay, but then you didn't know them.
Never seen them in my life.
Okay.
Never saw anybody outside there that I ever took notice of at that residence.
Okay. Did you talk to either of them that day?
Yes. After we had talked to the detective, my boss, pet sitter, my pet sitting boss, she met me at the house, and She went over to talk, but didn't realize it was the family. Like, just had asked if everybody was okay or whatever, and that they were sitting on the chairs. And the which I now know is the father, basically, said that I was the only person that heard him trying to stop it or whatever, and he told us, what he heard and his side of the story, basically.
What did he tell you?
He just said he never thought that he could do it, and he said he thought he had just shot out the window of the house. He didn't realize what he did. And then I had said, well, how did you know what he did? And that's when, because nobody told me that the guy came back even to the house. Like, I didn't know about
To the house on Garrison.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that was even, I didn't understand what had happened at all, because the
Right.
detectives obviously didn't, nobody told me anything. So
Right.
he was the one that told me that he had come back, bloody and everything else, and had left again, and said the last time anybody would see him would be suicide by cop.
Okay, so James's father,
Yes.
he told you he was James's father.
Yes.
Okay. And James's father told you that James came back to the house on Garrison and he was bloody, and told him,
The next time anybody would see him would be suicide by cop.
okay, so he was essentially going to try to get himself killed.
Yes.
Okay, did he talk about anything that happened at the house in Marbella?
No, he had said that he just couldn't believe that he would do it, and he said, he thought he had just shot the window out. He didn't think he actually.
Why did he think that? Did he say?
He didn't say.
Okay.
He was obviously clearly in shock, and most of the time he just spent time, telling me that he was so happy that I was the only person that heard him, I guess, trying to stop it.
Do you... and that was at what time?
After I talked to the detectives is when I talked to him.
Okay. And when did you hear the conversation between he and his son?
Anywhere from about 10:20 to like 10:30ish, because that's how long it takes me to get up and down the block with the dog. It's about 10 minutes. And I heard him the entire length of
Okay.
just him basically saying the same thing over and over again. Don't do it, son, don't do it.
Do you think at that time you thought he was trying to talk him out of killing himself? And
Somebody, yes.
right.
I didn't know who it was.
Now you feel like it was him talking him out of killing her. Is that what you're saying?
Or doing something. I don't know that he was trying to say don't kill her, but whether he was on his way there and he was
Right.
saying don't do it, I don't know. But he was very much trying to tell him not to do whatever it was that was happening.
Okay. Do you, now looking back, hindsight, knowing everything that you know, do you still feel that he was trying to talk him out of doing something instead of the back end of trying to kill himself? Or did he tell you something to make you think that?
He never told me whether he was going to kill himself or not. That was just my assumption when I heard it. He basically, when we got there, he just, when I talked to him, he basically was just like, I was telling him don't do it, son, don't do it.
But what is don't, I guess my question is don't do it, don't kill yourself, or don't do it, don't do something stupid at the house? You know what I mean?
Well, the way he made it sound, it was more like don't do something at the house, but I don't know if that's because I know everything now. I mean, at the
Right.
time, I don't necessarily know what he was trying to say,
Okay. So he never said directly to you that he was trying to talk him out of doing something. He just said, I'm glad you heard me say don't do it. I'm just trying to figure out what the relevance of that is. You know what I mean?
yeah, he didn't, like I said, he was in shock and he was kind of just babbling. I mean, you could just tell he just kept saying, you were the only one that heard me try to tell him to stop and not do it, and he's just like, I never thought he would do it. And then
So if that statement right there, I never thought he would do it. Well, he didn't kill himself.
right.
So that would lend itself to the fact.
He was probably telling him not to hurt her. I don't know if kill her or do something stupid
Right.
when he got there.
So it was your belief after you talked to the dad that he knew that James was mad and going to do something.
Yes.
Okay.
Or saying that he was going to do something.
Right. Did you ever talk to James? No. Did you tell anybody that you did?
To the dad, talk to the dad, or
Or
talk
any
to
of your friends? Here's why I ask. I received word that you had made some statements to your friends about the case, which is fine, it's within your right. But I just want to know if what you told us is accurate or what you told your friends is accurate, because it matters to my case.
Right.
And if what you told your friends is accurate, that's great and fine, but I need to hear it from you directly. So I had received word that you had said that you talked to James. I have a message that you typed, I guess. to one of your friends stating that?
I talked to senior James, not the murderer.
No, here, I'm going to read you some stuff so that maybe it'll refresh. Oh, where did you hear it was a group sex party?
The sister showed up on scene and had
What was her
said,
name? James's sister? Crystal?
I think it was Crystal. They didn't say it was a sex party. They had said that the Lindy was the girlfriend, and I guess there was a boyfriend too, and there was some sort of love triangle.
Of Amanda.
Yes, of the
Wife.
of the wife that's dead. Yes.
Okay, so
Lindy was the best friend / girlfriend, and the
So
boyfriend
Crystal
there
was
as well.
insinuating that Lindy and Amanda had a relationship.
Yes, and James told me that as well.
James Senior.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say where he got that information from?
Just it was well known within the family, and they had even discussed it with her. I don't know. There was text messages and stuff like that.
Okay. Who all was there that day in the driveway? Is this when the search warrant was happening in the house and they couldn't go in?
Yes.
Okay. Who all was there?
The father, which I guess now is the uncle, really dark hair. I don't really know. The sister, Crystal, showed up at some point, and then somebody came to pick up her daughter in a Maserati. I don't know who that was. And I don't know, this other lady was there, and she was kind of taking care of one of the dogs that escaped from the house. I don't know who she was. She didn't
She
say.
bigger lady?
Yeah, glasses, kind of burly.
Yeah.
Don't know who she is, though.
Okay.
She didn't say anything at all.
Did his family say anything about taunting?
Yes, the father had said that, or no, I'm sorry, I think it was Crystal that said that when they had left the courthouse, they continued to taunt him via text or on the phone or whatever, and were saying like, haha, the joke's on you.
Who is they who were taunting?
I guess they were insinuating it was the girlfriend and Lindy, maybe. Not the girlfriend, the wife and the girlfriend.
Okay, so Lindy and Amanda.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was some talk about him never seeing his kids again.
Yes, that was part of the taunting. They had said that you'll never see your kids again, and the joke's on you. The family had stated that I guess the husband and Amanda had sex a couple days before, and she was trying to reconcile with him, and said that at one point she was going to go Monday, I guess, to court and say that was going to drop the charges, but basically they felt like she set him up.
Okay.
That's what they said.
So that would imply that James talked to his sister or dad after court and said, "Hey, Amanda's been texting me after court taunting me."
Right.
Okay. Did they say that he called them or texted them?
They had said that he had just said that. I don't know. They didn't go into detail. Like I said, it was kind of like shock. Everybody was just kind of throwing all kinds. It was like they were trying to defend their son / brother.
Right.
So.
You said that Amanda and Lindy, they let him in the house. Where'd you hear that?
The father said at that point, he said he didn't know. He said Crystal had said that, the sister had said that it was her assumption that they actually had let him in, and he went there to talk to them, and that's when the shooting happened. But now, of course, I know he actually shot the window out. So.
Okay, yeah. 'Cause they didn't love them.
Yeah, like I said, this was all stuff that happened like right away.
Yeah, I think it unfolded quite quickly.
Yeah.
Did they tell you about burning some clothes?
Yes, the sister told me that he burnt the clothes, which is how I guess they were able to get the restraining order to begin with, or whatever.
Did she say why he burned the clothes?
Yes, she said that they had went, Amanda had said that she was going to go on a vacation with like her girlfriends in an innocent sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he had gotten on her Facebook at some point and found out that she was having an affair and burnt her clothes.
Okay. Did they say anything about a party? There was a party there the night before?
They mentioned something like, well, because I think I had said, well, why was everybody there? And then that's when they were like, well, obviously they were in a relationship, so it was probably like a sex party or something like that. They had made like, that's when the
They
whole
were
thing
just
came out.
surmising that. They didn't
Yes,
know.
they didn't know.
Okay. You said that the father heard the gunshots?
He said he thought he had just shot the window of the house, but he did not say I was on the phone and heard it. He had just said I thought he would just shoot the window out or something like that.
Okay.
But the way the timeline goes, it sounds like he was probably on the phone when it happened.
Okay. Because you said the father was on the phone for the whole thing. He heard the gunshots and all. That's just you guessing that he heard?
Yes, he didn't say specifically.
He didn't tell
I
you
heard
that?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't hear gunshots?
No.
Okay. And then you said, but I know what man was saying on the end of the phone because I heard it with my own ears and talked to the man as well. Did you talk to James Coley?
No, I meant the father.
Okay.
Like I talked to his father as well. Yeah.
I gotcha.
No, I never talked to him.
Okay. Well, do you see why I would think that? You said, the whole thing says, sometimes when you're in a state of shock, you can't clearly recall what happened, so they will question her again and again. But I know what the man was saying on the other end of the phone because I heard it with my own ears and talked to the man as well. So on the other end of the phone would be James Coley.
Yeah, I heard him say, I can't effing take this anymore. And, he just was obviously using a lot of, curse words. And he was very irate. But again, when you're on a speakerphone, I couldn't hear everything. I just heard the father very clearly.
But you did not talk to him?
No.
Okay. And he was screaming and cussing? Did he
Yes.
sound like upset, crying, or angry?
Angry and upset. Like he was definitely, upset. Like I said, I really thought it was a suicide. The way it sounded like he was definitely trying to talk him off of whatever ledge he was on.
And you can't remember hearing anything else he said, James? He didn't say
No,
anything
'cause it
specifically
was-
about Amanda?
It was too far. It was too far away for me to hear everything that he said.
The dark-haired man, what was he saying?
I didn't hear much out of that, the dark-haired man. In fact, when we went back over, when my boss and I went over there, he was very, just standoffish and didn't say much at all. Very mad about the whole situation, and,
Right. How long were
I
you...
could tell he wasn't right in his mind.
Okay. How long were you there for when you went back and talked to the family?
We were probably there maybe 15 minutes or so. My boss had her son was going to boot camp or whatever, and it was weird because Mr. Colley Sr. was more talking to him about the boot camp and stuff more than what just happened. Everything was. I mean, most of the stuff came from Crystal, who told us more about the whole backstory.
background. Was the mom there? The mother of James Jr.? No, you never saw her.
No, it was the sister that I know, and the whoever that lady was, the burly lady.
Did she say anything?
Nope. She was more concerned about getting her dad stuff to eat and everything else.
Okay. And Dad was just sidetracked with talking about boot camp. Were any of them crying or upset?
The sister was very much crying. The niece was there. Was the most upset out of everybody.
The niece. And is that Crystal's daughter?
Yes,
Okay.
I know that because now found out my son goes to school with her and knows her as well. So
Okay.
yes, that was
How old is she?
She's got to be in 7th or 8th grade.
Okay. So just to recap, you were walking the dog. You heard James Sr. Collie on the phone, on speakerphone with James Jr. He was pleading with him not to do it. We don't know what that meant, whether it was don't kill yourself or don't hurt her, but pleading with don't do it.
Everybody knows what you're going through.
Right.
We'll help you come back and get your truck. And then as I got closer on the way back, I heard him say something about we'll take the kids to see you.
Okay.
And I heard that a couple times too, but it was all kind of I didn't put it all together till I heard it very clearly on the way back. I did hear a couple things about kids, you'll see your kids, stuff like that.
When you talked to Detective Blanton, I believe it was, you'd mentioned something about I'll take you to Aunt Carol.
Yes, he did say that too. I forgot about that. I don't know who that is though.
Okay. Was that the name or Aunt something?
It was
You weren't-
Aunt something with
you
a
weren't
C.
sure.
I told the detective, I'm like, I can't remember exactly
But you
what
thought
her
it was
name.
Carol.
Something about we'll go see or we'll come to Aunt Carol's or something like that. It was.
Okay. Do you think now that you know everything and you're putting the pieces of what you heard together, do you recall, let me back up for a second, where in the conversation did the I'll take you or I'll come see you at Aunt Carol's, did he say I'll take you or I'll come see you?
I'll take you or come to, something like that.
Okay.
Or we'll go to, it was something like that.
Was that before or after the come get your truck? Do you remember?
That was before. I believe I heard that on the walk down, and then on the way back I heard him say something about the truck.
Okay. What do you
It's a very short block. It's not very
Yeah.
so.
What do you think now that you know everything? What do you think that conversation was about?
I think he probably was trying to tell him to either come back to the sister's house, but I know now I know her name's not Carol, so I don't know. Or he was trying to say, I'll take you somewhere, whatever. I think that's what it is. That's what it meant now, but I don't know what it meant then.
Okay. But now you think it was definitely after the shooting?
No, it had to have been. I think it was all this happened before. I think when he actually did the shooting, that's when they must have jumped in the truck and left.
Okay.
Because I think it happened after. I don't know all the time frames, but from what I've just seen, I think it was probably
So
before
it was
it
before
happened.
the shooting.
Yes.
Shooting happened, and then they left, and then came back.
Yes.
I wonder why they came back. Did you?
Oh yeah, the father did tell me that the police, because obviously he has the same name as the shooter, and he was driving in the shooter's truck.
Mm-hmm.
That he did say, "Did you see what the cops did to me?" And I said, "No." I said, "You had already turned back in, and I had left to my next appointment." And he said, "Yeah, they took me out of the truck, and they had guns pointed on me and everything else."
So obviously the officers stopped him right after you'd seen him come back.
It
into
had
the
to have
neighborhood.
been, yeah, it had to have been within that time frame, because then our other pet sitter goes back to that neighborhood at noon, and she started texting us about something just happened across the street, and there was, police tape up, and that's when I really put it all together. Like,
Yeah.
what I heard was not suicide.
Is there anything I didn't ask you that you think is important for me to know? Because only you know what you heard.
Yeah.
No.
Like I said, I just heard that part of the conversation and the family side of the story, and I just know there's always two sides to every story and the truth.
Well, I'll just share with you something so that in the future you know some facts. They didn't let him in. And there wasn't a party there the night before, nor were they all having sex. It wasn't a big threesome that everybody's talking about. Nor do I think it's fair to Lindy or her family for people to think that. There's been nothing to lend itself to that at all. So I don't even know where James's family got that from. So just so you're aware of that. So if anybody asks you in the future.
Well, I already knew that because somebody else that I was talking to on Facebook, said that her coworker's sister or whatever was the other girl that survived. So she said like, no, he did shoot it out, and and I said, well, this is what his family said. So
Right.
me and Elise had a conversation on Facebook about it, but again, I only knew what they had told me.
Right. But I know that a lot of people are talking about it, so if you can sort of squash it if you hear it anymore.
Absolutely.
That it's not the case. People hear exactly what you just said. There's one side, two side, and there's somewhere in the middle. There's the truth.
That's right.
Well, if you have my number,
Mhm.
if you think of anything that I didn't ask you that is important, will you call me? I'm still working on it, obviously, and I think your information is very valuable to me, and I know that you might think of something later on. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, I was stressing out on the way down here. I was like, I hope I remember everything, because it's been a little bit of time and all that. But I mean, I know I didn't hear much, but I contacted the detective's office because nobody
Yeah.
called me at all, and I was like, I think you need to know what I at least heard.
Yeah, no, I think it's great information.
So,
Is there anything I'm trying to just figure? I wish I knew exactly what time you were there,
I know exactly what time I was there.
What time?
It was 10:20. It was I'm supposed to be there at 10, but if I have another appointment, I go there a little bit later. So it was, and I told the detective like whatever I told him that day, I had like logged in. I knew exactly what time I was there.
Okay.
So it was like between 10:20 and like 10:30 is when I heard the conversation, and I think I left that house between 10:30 and 10:35, something along those lines. Maybe no, it had to have been a little bit after because I stayed for 30 minutes, so it had to have been closer to like 10:40 or so when I left the house.
Okay, but it was definitely before 10:30.
And I heard the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder why you had it on speakerphone.
It was bizarre, and they were out in front of the house, and the man, I mean, I think he's, you know, an old country
Hard
kind
of
of guy,
hearing.
and probably hard of hearing and speaks loudly anyway.
Mhm.
And I know, like, some grandparents of mine, they speak on speakerphone too, but I thought it was weird. It might have been because I think the uncle or whoever I assume is the uncle, the dark-haired guy, he was smoking a cigarette. Maybe that's why.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard a lot
Yeah.
in 10 minutes walking up and down the block pretty clearly.
Okay.
So. And I have a lot of regrets that I didn't just call somebody, but I honestly thought it was...
How would you have known?
I know, but I just felt like if I didn't have the dog, I probably would have been like, is there somebody I can call? Because he definitely sounded distraught, the
Right.
father, trying to stop whatever was going on.
And when you talked to him after the fact, and he said you heard me trying to stop him, you feel like he was trying to stop him from doing something.
Doing something, yes.
That's how he made you feel when you talked to him after the fact.
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
And that's when I told him, I was like, sir, I thought you were trying to tell someone not to hurt themselves or suicide. Like,
What did he say?
He never clearly said, he didn't really say anything. He didn't like respond to it at all. He just kept saying, I'm so glad that you heard me. It was almost like he was blaming himself to a certain extent.
Right. Like you were validation that he tried to do something.
Yes, that he tried to stop whatever happened.
Right. Okay.
And like I said, even at that point, I didn't even have the whole story because, I mean, detectives didn't even tell me that he was on the loose, like nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I didn't even, this was all like, I had seen the news report, but even the news didn't say exactly what happened. It just said, you know, shooting in Mirabella. I didn't know that he was on the loose. I didn't know what he was driving. I didn't know who it was. Nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. I'm glad I talked to you because it clears up. I had a lot of questions, and I was like, well, what the hell? She's telling one person one thing and then tells us another. But it makes sense now, you know.
Yeah, the conversation with Elise was because Elise contacted me.
Right.
Because I had posted, you know, when I had found out that this guy was on the loose in this neighborhood.
Right.
Hey, everybody be... And then Elise was like, oh my God, you heard what happened or whatever, and I told her what I heard.
Right.
And then
I
she's
think-
like...
She didn't want to be involved in anything because I guess y'all are friends, and she's not even the one that came to me. It was a girl she works with.
Yeah, it was her coworker's sister is the
Yeah.
other one, the girl
And
that
she's
survived.
like, listen, I feel like you need to know this because this girl has information. And I said, well, forward it to me because everybody has information, you know. And then when I saw it, I was like, oh, damn, she does have information. And then I was like, I need to interview the dog walker. And then Detective Blanton's like, I already interviewed the dog walker. And I'm like, you did? Well, you didn't tell me that she heard, you know, she talked to him. And he's like, she didn't tell me that.
No.
So, but now it was,
No.
you didn't talk to the father
No.
at that time.
Obviously, in that, it sounded like I talked to him.
Right.
You can clearly pull my cell record and find that.
Well, I get it now, but.
No, I would have been the first person on the phone. I called you guys to be
Yeah.
like, "Hey, this is what I heard." So,
In the context, I was like, well, either she's lying to us or she's lying to her. I don't know,
Yeah.
but it makes sense.
yeah, and I do
now.
have a lot of regrets about the things that I thought right off the bat. But again, I'm talking to these people. They're very upset. They're, you know, when somebody does something like that, you think that there's got to be some sort of trigger for it. And I
Right.
know crimes of passion are pretty intense. So, like I said, I just shared that with Elise and obviously my husband, and you know.
Right.
It's not like I went around telling everybody that or
And it's
anything like that.
easy. I mean, when you're in a situation like that, you know, you get to know that family because you're there. And, you know, they've lost something too in this.
Yeah, and they did. Crystal was very upset, you know, and talking about her daughter. Her daughter loved her Aunt Amanda, and you know, loved her brother, and you know, they just couldn't believe that this actually happened, and you know, they definitely, the family itself seemed like they felt a little bit guilty, like they can't believe that they
Didn't
could have
see
put
it.
that past him from doing, like
Right.
you know, so.
I mean, it's just it's an unfortunate thing, and a lot of people lost a lot of.
Everybody lost in that
Yeah.
situation.
I mean, there's no good from that.
Yeah, and I mean, I've seen this stuff, because, communities are small, so people are posting the GoFundMe from this one, GoFundMe from that one, and then the poor kids are in the middle, so
It's terrible.
stuff like that.
I know, and I feel bad because I know there's a lot of people talking about stuff they don't know about when it comes to Lindy, and she truly is so innocent in this.
Yeah,
And
wrong place at the wrong time.
It's
Even if she was the girlfriend or whatever, I mean, killing
nothing
Amanda
justifies.
none of that and even Crystal and the father, they were all like, none of it justifies what he did. Like, everybody, even they said it at the time, that none of this is justifiable. But
Did Crystal say how she heard about it? She didn't tell you.
no, she didn't say. I assume the father probably called her or something. She was more concerned about the dogs that were stuck in the house with the search warrant, and her sister she said her sister was in Italy or something like that, the sister who owned the house or whatever. So,
And you didn't know any of them before that day?
never took notice of anything to do with that house before that day.
Okay.
And honestly, it freaks me out that if I had gone there, 10 minutes later, I probably would. Now that I know that he came back, it bothers me. The whole thing bothers me.
Yeah.
Just being so close and,
Hearing things.
yeah.
Yeah, well, it was good information and it's important to me. So if you think of anything else, call me. You've got my
Yes,
number.
and I will definitely clear the air on my side about, I kind of knew some of this anyway, obviously the other side of the rumors and stuff of what her side of it is, Amanda's side of it is and stuff like that.
Right.
So,
Yeah. It just stinks all the way around. There's there's nothing
that
good.
boyfriend is lucky, that's all. Definitely lucky.
As investigators continue building their case, they get an unexpected call from the jail.
What chair do you want, Jen? It's over here. You Andrew?
Yes.
Hi,
Nice
I'm Miss
to meet you.
Dutton. Did you already meet?
Samantha English.
Nice to meet you.
Oh,
I'm-
well.
yeah, I know who you are.
Okay, well, we're here because Mr. Pierce reached out to me. Okay, I think you asked him to do that, and I don't know details or anything of what you really want to tell us. Obviously, I know it's about Mr. Colley. I'm prosecuting Mr. Colley. You know I'm not your prosecutor. I don't know anything about your case. I'm not involved in those plea negotiations. There's no promises here this morning. I just want you to understand that before we talk.
Mhm.
And if you're willing to tell us what you know, then we'll hear you out. At this point, obviously, I have no clue whether we would use you as a witness or not use you because I don't know what you're going to tell us. So,
Right.
but all that stuff can be talked about later with your attorney and stuff. So, you just kind of want to start with what you know, maybe, and then Samantha and I will maybe just ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay, no
Okay.
problem. Well, I've been roommates with James Colley. Well, I was roommates with James Colley for about 100. I was actually about six months, and we were in the same room. So we talked a lot. When he first initially got arrested, and I was with him, I got arrested after him about a week, and they moved me right into his room, and I'm just sitting there. And when he first got arrested, he was talking. And he was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Hey, first thing he said to me when I walked in the room was, hey, I'm James Colley. Nice to meet you. He's like, but you probably already know who I am. And I looked at him like, no. I'm like, who are you? He's like, oh, you haven't seen me all over the news? I'm like, no, I haven't. And he goes, oh, well, I'm here on a double murder, double attempt. I'm like, okay. I'm kind of like, whoa, I just... Okay, and he's like, yeah, but he doesn't go into the full detail of what he did all at once. It's a slow going process, a couple things here he said, a couple things here he said. But this is, I can give you exact words of things he said too, exact phrases, and he told me one time, that actually before his wife, Amanda, followed the injunction against him, that he left Amanda to go live with his sister. And he left Amanda to go live with his sister because he found out that Amanda was having an affair with a guy named Lamar. And then, but he didn't really want to divorce his wife. Sorry. He didn't really want to divorce his wife or leave his wife. He was just more, he was really mad at the time. So he left, and then he tried to get back with her. But I guess they had some kind of argument. I don't know what happened there. But she ended up filing an injunction on him. He violated the injunction. He ended up doing some time in St. John's County Jail. It was really short, he told me. That was way back. And I don't remember the day he told me. But, well, he said that when he got out of the St. John's County Jail, that him and his wife still saw each other. They still were together, and she cooked them meals and all types of things. And it's not like everybody makes it, and they weren't estranged. They weren't estranged for as long as everybody thinks they were. They were only estranged for about a couple weeks, like 2 to 3 weeks before he killed his wife. And he did actually say that he killed his wife. Many, many times. Sick jokes, all types of things, but
Like what?
well, with sick jokes, he just, I mean, we're sitting in the room and I do my laundry. I hand wash all my laundry because you don't want to send it to the washer, but something will fall and I'll be like, oh, that's just my wife, don't worry about it, Cherry, that's just Cherry, it's my last name, Andrew Cherry. Don't worry about it, Cherry, that's just my wife. Loves to come back and haunt me. I mean, just the things that he talks about, and it really makes me sick, the things he talks about and how he talks about his wife and the other woman, Lindy. It just makes me really sick how he talks about him because, I have a child. And I have my child's mother. Yes, I get mad at my child's mother, but I would never think of killing my child's mother because that's somebody that's going to love my child unconditionally for the rest of their life. And somebody that's going to be there for them and help them along. And, you just took that away, not only from your children, but somebody else's children. So now these children have to go without a mother for the rest of their life. And I'm just like, and you're sitting there laughing about it and making jokes about it and always saying, bitch ain't shit but hoes and tricks. That's off of the song, but.
And he says that?
All the time. All the time goes around saying, bitch, blah, 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 and fucking cheating got what they deserve and all this other stuff. I mean, it's just real spiteful things. And
who does he say that in reference to?
Amanda and Lindy.
That they got what they deserved.
Mm-hmm. That they were cheating, and he blames Lindy mainly for a lot of the reason why him and his wife split, because he said that that Lindy was one of Amanda's good friends. I don't know any of this, but what he told me.
Okay.
But that Lindy was one of Amanda's good friends, and he blames Lindy for a lot of their problems because Lindy used to talk into Colley's ear, James Colley, and say things like, that he's no good for you and you need to leave him, and he's abusive towards you, and to make him out to be a crazy person.
You're saying Lindy was telling Amanda these things?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's why he was mad at her, and that's why he killed her and talks about her that way. It's because a lot of the times that he blames Lindy for those problems. Okay. And one time I asked him, because going back to the whole mother thing, like, why did you kill the mother of your children?
Mm-hmm.
I asked him, I said, hey, I said, now here's just a question, and you don't have to answer it. I said, but why didn't you kill the dude? And I just asked him that, like for real, like Lamar, why didn't you kill him?
Right.
He's like, oh, I tried. I tried really hard. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I just had to know that, I just had to ask you that, like, why didn't you do it?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times he did tell me that he tried, and he didn't. The other person that was there, the other woman, I don't know. I asked him, because I'm like, well then how do you have, because I was confused at first. I didn't know there's 4 people in the house. And I said, how do you have 2 murders and 2 attempts? You know, like what, you either did or you didn't, you know? And he was like, oh, there's other people there. And I was like, oh, okay, so, you know, the boyfriend, Lindy, your wife, and I asked him, I said, who's the other person? And he was like, oh, she was nobody. I was like, oh, okay. I'm not going to push him for questions, be like, hey, you know, answer all my questions.
Right.
Because that would be a little awkward. We don't really ask questions, but anyways, the day that he did do it, he was supposed to go to work. He told me that. He said, you know, oh man, if I would have went to work, I wouldn't be here right now. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. If you would have went to work, you wouldn't be here right now. So, but he couldn't pass up, and this is his words, not mine. He couldn't pass up the opportunity. Opportunity what? Didn't really go into detail on that. I didn't really push him. But he does describe killing his wife and also Lindy as an act of revenge.
Tell us about that. What's he say?
Well, we get a lot of books, and he just got the book called The Reverend. And I actually read it back, and I was like, oh, well. I was like, well, it looks interesting, you know. I said, it's a book about the guy gets injured, and somebody's sent to take care of him, and they leave him for dead, and he comes back as an act of revenge. And he's like, oh, revenge. He goes, I know all about revenge, cheating whores. And I was like, okay. I was like, yep, you're kind of crazy, dude. And then, you know, the whole dorm, we're all telling him, and this is before any of this, you know, like me coming forward. The whole dorm's telling him, you know, hey, you know, you can't say things like that, man. You got to calm down. You really got to calm down. You can't just go saying things like that. Something will be on the TV. Somebody will get shot on the TV, and he'll just come out of nowhere and be like, "Bitch ain't gonna say shit now, huh?" And I'm like, he told me about the 911 phone calls that the phone call was made inside the house while he was still there, and you can hear him in the background. He told me that when he went and listened to it with his attorney. He came back and he's like, yeah, I just heard the 911 phone calls. He goes, you can definitely hear me. You know, I'm in the background while the shooting's still going on. And
You said a few minutes ago he had described killing Amanda in detail. I think that's what you said.
no, and Lindy
Okay. What?
as an act of revenge.
Okay. That's what you meant.
Did he talk about the actual murders what happened before or during?
He did not.
He didn't.
I mean, I know that he did it. He didn't exactly, you know, sit down with me and go, oh, well, you know, I don't know whether he went in the front door, the side door, the back door, or I don't know any particulars like that. But at first, when he first got arrested, it was all really just a big game to him and a big joke. Well, he didn't think he was getting life. He really thought he was going. I swear to you, he really thought he was going home. He really and truly thought he would only get like 20 years. And I looked at him. I'm looking at him like, man, when this guy finds out he's getting life, I don't want to be in his room. And he's like, yeah, you know. He's like, they offer me 20 right now. I'll take it and I'll be gone. I'm like, they're not ever going to offer you 20. You killed 2 people and then tried to kill 2. Well, they say you tried to kill 2 more, but you really actually tried to kill Lamar too. And really, you had a girlfriend. The 2 weeks.
What's he tell you about the girlfriend?
Amanda? Or Amy? Sorry, Amanda. Amy. That's her name. Nothing. He just says she's really like crazy. I'm sorry for all the language.
No,
but
use
this is,
whatever language you use.
this is what it is.
We've heard everything. So.
And he really just calls her a crazy bitch because, you know, he was only dating her like a week and a half, 2 weeks before he actually got arrested. I don't know how long he's exactly known her, but he was like, yeah, she's crazy, you know. I was only dating her for like 2 weeks before I got arrested. So I don't even know why she's still here, but that bitch is crazy, you know. She's like stalker type, and I'm like, yeah. He told me that the only reason why he dated Amy was just more of a like to try to make Amanda jealous. It was more to try to make her jealous. Like, it didn't work, and she didn't want anything to do with him the last like 2 or 3 weeks. Now he says he has proof of all this. He's like, oh, you know, I have proof that that I was still talking to my wife and all this other stuff. And Amanda, he's like, I just have proof that I was still talking to her, and you know, it was only like 2 to 3 weeks before. So, and well, I'm sorry, there's a lot.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot because it's such a
6 months. It's a lot of time to acquire information. So
playing cards and.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me when you came into the jail, you said he was already here, Collie.
Yes, he was here for about, I think, a week.
What tell me, remind me, I go to so many jails. What block, pod, cell?
Oh,
do you remember all that
D24 5 Alpha. Delta 24 5 Alpha. We were first put in there. And then we moved from there to 3 Alpha, D24. And then on the February 21st, I have that right now. On February 21st, that we actually got moved, and I got moved to 1 Alpha, and he's still in 3 Alpha.
Why did you get moved?
I honestly, the officer walked in and said, Cherry, and I'm like, yes. He goes, move to 1 Alpha. I was like, why? And he goes, classification. I was like, okay.
Where did most of your conversations take place? In your cell, in the common room, yard? Did it matter?
Well, a lot of them, most of them took place in the room. And, but a few of them, like, when he got his book and he was talking about, you know, the act of revenge. Like, oh, I know all about revenge, cheating, horror. That took place out in the common room. We were playing cards. He does not like to lose. That's one thing. He does not like to lose at all. And he actually gets very violent when he's losing. And
like what? What do you mean by that?
One time we were playing cards. And it was myself, him, a guy that left. You probably know him, Johnson.
Yes.
And I forget who the 4th player was. But we were playing spades, and he was losing because they were getting more books than they were supposed to get. They bid. You bid books and stuff like that. And he was getting more. They were getting more. And he just goes off and starts calling Johnson stupid and an idiot and a pea brain and all types of things and just I'm looking at him like, man, it's just a card game, and he's just getting mad and red in the face and like wanting to fight with Johnson. I mean, me and him, we've gone through it over card games. Like, I would beat him. Like, when he first got locked up, he was horrible at cards. And I would just, you know, beat him in cards all the time. And one time he actually snapped and we got into an altercation because of cards. And I actually have the proof on that on my finger. He bit me. He bit me.
Where were you guys? In the common area?
No, we were, it was locked down.
So you were in your room playing cards?
No, it was locked down, I can't remember if it was before lunch or before dinner. Before one of the meals. I think it was before dinner. It was before dinner. It was locked down, and Well, I went in and I just went to talk to him, because you're getting all mad about some cars, man. We're bunkies. We're in the same cell, and I was like, hey, man. I was like, look, you can't start saying things, because he just starts talking crazy when he's losing cars and gets all mad and angry. And I was like, hey, man, you can't really be talking crazy like that, man. I was like, we're bunkies, we get along good. And, oh, don't you tell me what the I can do. I can do whatever I want. And he just hits me, and I'm like, hey, whoa. And that goes out into the top tier.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a little walkway, and that goes out in the walkway. We got into the altercation, and eventually he got tired and he went to go sit down. So I go over to him like, hey, man, hey, is this done? Are we done? He didn't want to talk. He was very, very mad and angry, and he didn't want to be roommates with me anymore. So I had one of the other inmates. I'm like, hey, just talk to him. I really don't want to go to the box. I don't want to do this. I'm bleeding. I got that where he bit me. There's a big scar there.
Do you remember when that was? Like, what month since you've been locked up with him?
That was in September. That was the first month.
And did you see medical about did you tell the guard? Did any guard see what happened?
No, we just went back into the room. I mean, we had to kind of clean up. There was a little bit of blood and stuff like that, and we had to clean up the blood a little bit. And after that, we just went back in the room.
Did any other inmates see what happened?
Yes. Whether they'll attest to it or
Right.
not, I don't know. But
Right.
one of them, Danny.
Are they tight or not? Danny and James? Are they friends? I mean,
Yes.
they are. Okay.
So I doubt it. And then you got Johnson, but he's gone. He's in Santa Rosa. Johnson, Charles, he was there. Kevin, he was upstairs at that time. Andrew, he was in one. He went and sat in front of. He was in one at the time, one alpha. He went and sat in front of his cell, and that was it from the top tier. That was only the top tier that seen it because it was upstairs that the fight happened. And
So he's got a temper.
very, very temperamental.
Has he ever talked to you about what he may say or what his defense is or how he's gonna get out of this, anything like that?
Yes. When we have a CPC and 24
What's that?
What's that?
criminal punishment code.
Okay.
Oh, the book. Okay.
We have the book up in 24, and so I was looking through it one day, and I seen a statute on excusable homicide. So I showed it to him. I was like, oh, well, look there, because I was looking up stuff for me, and I was like, well, look there. And he's like, huh. He goes, a crime of passion. So he told me that he was going to use, originally it was going to be that he was going to use a crime of passion. And he was going to try to spin the story as, it wasn't as bad as everybody thinks, and that she led him along, and what he did was because his wife was cheating on him and all this other stuff. But then there's also the insanity defense that Bush, you know who Bush is. You're actually doing his case, I think, in April, it's supposed to be. Sean Bush was showing him about the insanity defense. And so he was like, he's either going to use the insanity with the crime of passion. And then he went and seen his lawyer. And he came back one day, and I was like, I always ask him, hey, how's things going? I always ask him whenever you see your lawyer, what's going on, And he goes, oh yeah, we definitely got it. And I was like, what's that? And he goes, yeah, we definitely, my lawyer and I, we talked about, we got a good story to spin. He's like, we're definitely in for that. And I was like, well, what's going on? He's like, it's definitely going to work. So he didn't exactly say, this is what it is. He just said he's definitely got a story to tell them, and it's going to work because the jury doesn't know the story. The jury doesn't know what's happening. All they have is his words and what's going on with him. I'm sorry. No. I meant to say it like they only have his word to know what was going on with him.
Right.
And
does he say what he means by that, though? What's going on with him?
Oh, that he snapped, and it was a crime of passion. He told me later, but at that time, when he seen his lawyer, he didn't say, this is what it is. But later, he kind of, after he seen his lawyer, he just stopped talking for a while. And he said his lawyer told him not to discuss the case with anyone, but he still does every once in a while. Really, ever since the state hit him with the death penalty, I think that's when reality snapped in for him. Because then he was like, "Whoa, they just hit me." He came back and said they just hit me with the death penalty. And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, but my lawyer says not to worry about it, and they'll get that thrown out, and that'll be no problem." He said, they're just trying to scare you. So I was like, yeah, I guess so. I'm looking over like, no, I really don't think they're trying to scare you.
Has the other... Go ahead.
Go ahead. And he said, he was going to make it out to be that he was in great emotional distress at the time of the crime. And that he didn't really comprehend what was going on. Like, he didn't really know that he had a blackout. He snapped. He wanted to make it as he just snapped. Like, he seen his wife with another guy and he just lost it.
When he's telling you this, you know the difference between someone... Is he telling you that because that's what he wants to tell you happened? Or is he saying, that is what I'm going to say happened? Meaning, that's not what really happened, but that's what I'm going to say happened.
No, he said that's what he's going to say happened.
Okay.
He described kind of what happened to me. Not in full detail, like this is step by step, but more... Like I said earlier, it was an act of revenge, and he was very mad at her. And when Amy didn't work as a tool, to kind of make her jealous, or be like, oh, start talking to him again, because he said she was done with him, and he blamed Lindy because Lindy was talking to his ear, and she believed what Lindy said. And so he blamed Lindy for that, and he said, that he was going to kill her. He told me that he was going to kill her. And he was on his way to work that day when it happened. And the only reason why he said, I should have went to work that day was because he's here. That's another thing. He actually he glorifies what happened a lot. And just, you know, he's on the news, he's in the paper. Hey, look, I'm in the paper. Never, you know, man, what did I do? Never, nothing like that. It's just, oh, look, I was in the paper. I was in the paper and the TV. He was like, oh, they had me on TV like for months and months and all the time. And I was the biggest story and all this other stuff. And when Sean Bush came back and said that, no, it wasn't Bush that came back. It was somebody, I can't remember exactly who it was that came back. And said something about going to court or going to trial or something along those lines. I can't exactly remember who it was, but said that you couldn't talk right now because you were getting ready for one of the biggest murder trial, which was Bush's.
You meaning me?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just want to understand.
Jennifer Dutton.
Okay.
And he said that you couldn't talk right now because you were getting ready for one of the biggest murder trials, and that they were talking about Sean Bush's because he's getting ready to go to trial and Colley's not. And he walked in and he said this very sarcastic. He was, well, I guess that makes me feel better. You know, I'm not the biggest murder trial. And I was just like, yeah, that should actually make you feel better because they're not playing. Like, I don't know where his thinking is going, as in, he only thinks he's going to get 20 years off of this, or 25, but he said he'll even take 30, try to get it down to, like, manslaughter. But you can't, manslaughter, I told him, I was like, but manslaughter is like, you know, it just happened. Or you were there with somebody and it happened. You can't sit there and make plans to kill someone and call it manslaughter. Oh, well, they don't know.
You had mentioned a little while ago that he said that if he had just gone to work, has he ever told you why he didn't just go to work? What took him there that day, particularly?
He's seen that that they were there.
Did he say how?
He did not. He said he was going by. He said that he used to drive by. I don't know if this is true or not, but this is what he said. I really just think that he used to drive by every day. But he said her house was on his way to work. So he would pass her house every day to work. I don't know if that's true or not, but that kind of set me back because he said, you know, he's like, oh, well, I had to pass her house every day at work, and I used to stop by and a few times, and then just the 2 to 3 weeks before. So every day that he went to work, he drove by her house. And he wasn't planning on getting caught. I guess nobody ever is, but he said that he told me a little bit of his getaway too, and that was after he had killed Lindy and his wife, and he was trying to kill Lamar, that somebody from the house, I don't know who it was, I don't know if it was Lamar or the other woman, the other person, the 911 was called while he was in the house. Other than the 911 phone call, I don't know how he knew this, but he said that he got away just in time. And as he was leaving, the cops were coming. He passed the cops on his way out. That's what he said. He was like, I passed him right on my way out. And I was like, and I was gone. He was going to Canada. That's what he says, that he was on his way to Canada. He took 95 to 26. He told me his route. but because I asked him, I was like, why didn't you just pull over? Because he was talking about he was pulled over in Virginia for suspected of DUI. And that's how they found out that were him. And I was like, He's like, but really, I was just really tired because I was driving straight. So I said, why didn't you pull over at a rest area and go to sleep? And he's like, oh, I was looking for a rest area. And I was like, you mean to tell me there's no rest areas on 95? And he goes, well, I didn't just take 95. He goes, I took 95 up to South Carolina and then took 26 because it's kind of a windy road. And before then, he told me that he was on his way to Canada because in Canada, he could take a flight. I don't know if it's true or how he would do it, but that he would take a flight from Canada to somewhere else. And then I asked him, well, what about your kids? His sister had them. Okay. You know, your sister had them. Okay, that's...
Has he ever said how he killed them, where he got weapons, or not? Do you know anything?
He didn't say.
he get into
I mean,
those
he
details?
shot them. He told me that he shot them, and like the jokes that he makes are all about shooting. So he did tell me, you know, the gun. He told me that he owns a lot of guns. He told me he owns a lot. I don't remember the exact amount, but he told me a lot. Like, he has a lot because he likes to go hunting and stuff like that. He has like a membership pass and some reservation to go hunting and stuff like that. I was just confused because I thought when an injunction was filed, you were supposed to give up all your weapons. But he just told me, he's like, yeah, you know, I had a lot of weapons. I had a lot of guns.
Does he ever talk about if anybody knew what was going to happen? Did he?
No, nobody knew.
Does he talk?
To my knowledge, nobody knew.
Okay. Does he talk about Miss Dutton?
Yeah. Yes, he does.
What's he say about her?
He's really not happy with you. I'm sorry.
No, it's
It's,
really
it's fine.
not that important unless he's making threats. But
Yeah, he would.
That's my only concern.
It's kind of weird to say because you're
okay.
right here, but okay.
you can talk about it later with Miss English. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll step out later. What about his family? Ever talk about whether he talked to any of them that day? Anything about his family? Do you know what type of family he has, or brothers or sisters?
I think I'm not 100% positive, but I think I remember him saying that he had his sister's car. I'm not 100% positive on that, but I'm pretty sure because that was some time ago. That was like when I first got locked up, and it was one of the smaller things he said. But I think he had his sister's car. I'm not positive on that though, to be honest.
What does he say about Lindy other than he feels like she was the catalyst for their separation?
No, they never really got along. They didn't really like each other.
Okay.
And that when him and his wife started having problems because of the affair with Lamar, that was one of her good friends, and he thinks that she was talking behind his back the whole time, but he knows that she was talking to him. I don't know how he knows, but somehow he figured out that Lindy was talking to Amanda about him and saying, like, you know, she doesn't like him and that she should leave him. He's no good for her. Talking about Collie and his wife.
Did he ever say anything about any friends of his, any neighbors, that maybe were keeping an eye out for him? Anything like that? Or did he get all his information on his own?
No, I really don't know how he knew.
Okay.
That she said those things, or or anything like that. He didn't tell me.
Did he say how he knew? I know this is going to sound stupid to you, but did he say how he knew Lindy was in the house?
He just said he drove by. I don't know how he knew any of them were in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there was a car there, or he just said that he drove by her house every day on the way to work.
I
it
mean,
was
that
on
day
the way.
during the murders, how did he know that Lindy was he familiar with Lindy? I guess what she looked
Yes.
like. Okay.
He knew who Lindy was.
Okay.
The other person that was in the house, he swears that he don't know why he was charged with attempted murder on her, because she didn't have anything to do with it, and he didn't kill her.
Did he say why he didn't kill her?
Just that she didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, that's really what he said. He just said that she didn't have anything to do with it. He didn't try to kill her, and that it was only them that he was there for. I honestly don't know why.
Has he ever said anything about being surprised about Lindy or Lamar or Rachel being in the house, or did he know?
No.
Has he just been consistent that he knew that he shot Amanda and Lindy the whole time?
Oh, he knew that. He definitely knew that he shot him, and he definitely said that he tried to kill Lamar. He did try, and he said that. He said, because that's when I asked him, I said, I said, you don't have to answer me if you don't want. He said, I said, you don't have to answer me if you want, but I just have something I've been wanting to know, it's just been bugging me. And this was like months ago that I said this, and it was just really getting at me, I was like, man, you go to the house, they're all there. I said, why didn't you kill the boyfriend? Why did you kill, your wife? And this other chick and not the guy. You just killed two of them. I didn't know the whole scenario that he got away and that he was, he called the cops and stuff like that, or somebody called the cops. I don't know if he called the cops or not, to be honest, but I didn't know all that. So it was just, from a standpoint of not knowing anything, it's just like, you just went into a house, killed two people, and ran away, and not even the guy that took your wife from you. He said that that he did. He's like, believe me, I tried to kill Lamar. He's like, I wanted to kill him too, and I was like, then it clicked with me, oh, okay, that's the attempted murder. Was he tried to kill Lamar, but he did not succeed in doing so. But I guess he was more mad at Amanda and Lindy. Really, his main anger was at Lindy, that he says.
More than Amanda?
Hmm?
More than Amanda?
Yes.
And he's never talked about the actual killing of Lindy? I mean, like, where she was in the house and how he did it? What about Amanda?
Mm-mm. He didn't talk about what actually happened inside. But he just said that, that is, he was really mad
You talk about that.
at Lindy the most, because Lindy's the one who was her friend and was talking into her ear about leaving him, and he thinks that is the main reason why, other than the affair that was going on with his wife and Lamar, that she left him for good. And that he was mad at them all. He doesn't like to lose. Like I noticed that when I'm watching them, and I'm just like, it doesn't matter what it is. cards, sports. You know, he wants his team to win.
Who's his team?
Well, just whatever team's on. He does have a team.
Football team?
Notre Dame.
What about when y'all are on the rec yard? You guys play basketball, or I don't know what there is out there to do, but
Yeah, there's no basketball, but
okay.
we ball up a shirt
Okay.
and and some pants. You know, we take some pants and a shirt. And
Basketball? No, I'm just
No.
kidding. I don't know what's
we
out
call
there.
it shirt ball.
Okay.
But, and we play that. Sometimes we play. Well, when Stanton was here, we don't play it anymore because a lot of the guards get mad. We used to play football by taking a pair of pants, stuffing it in some socks, and making it, you know, like a ball. And we used to play football sometimes. And he's actually slammed somebody into a wall during playing football. It was Boyles, Justin Boyles, when he was in our pod too, our block, and we were all playing football, and his team was losing, and Justin's team was on the other side, and he was getting really, really mad. He can never lose. It's never his fault. It's always somebody else's fault, and if they would have just done this, then it would have gone like that, and always. And so, he got really mad because his team was losing. And one time when Boyles had the ball, we played two-hand touch. But he just slammed him right into, just took him out, and Justin was actually really hurt for a while. We couldn't play anymore.
Has he gotten into it with any other inmates in your block or pod or area?
Charles Patton.
What was that about?
Well, Charles Patton came down and he was, I guess he just snapped. I don't know what was wrong with him, but he just came down out of nowhere and started being like, does anyone want to fight?
James or Charles?
Charles.
Okay.
He's like, does anyone want to fight? I'm tired of y'all trying me and all this other stuff. And then he was just quiet because nobody wants to fight. Like, that's stupid. You've done nothing. You just came down
Right.
mad out of nowhere wanting to fight. It's like, nobody wants to fight. You know, I mean, when you're in jail, if it happens, it happens. You got to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't have to, but in all honesty, it's better too for you in the long run to make sure that people don't mess with you, because once you show one sign of weakness, everybody else is going to be on you and trying you and trying to take your things, take your food, and they just came down out of nowhere talking about, does anyone want to fight? Does anyone want to fight? And nobody said anything, and we were just all standing, and just out of nowhere, he just punches Kevin Williams in the face.
Charles
Punches Kevin just out of nowhere, and the whole dorm was mad at Charles for that, and we all agreed, you know, like, we'd write affidavits. We don't want him in our room, our pod, and he's got to go because of a bunch of other things. And but he was in the shower, and he just walks out of the shower naked. And yeah, he just walks out of the shower. James Colley walks out of the shower naked, and he's like, "Hey man, you ain't gonna come saying that shit around here, and blah blah, blah, and I'll fucking bash your head in. And do you want to go? Do you want to fight?" They didn't do anything, but he was like that. And then when the officer came in, because Kevin Williams went to the door and was like, "Hey, you know," the whole dorm was backing up Kevin Williams. Like, "Hey, this guy's got to go." Talking about Charles Patton. And the officer came in, and then they went head to head. And they didn't swing or hit, but
Who's that?
It was Charles Patton and James Colley. They didn't hit each other, but they were threatening to fight each other, and that was Bassett. An officer named Bassett was right there when that was going on.
Back to Lindy real quick. Has he ever said anything about Lindy and or Amanda being into women, being into each other, or was the only affair you knew about was with Lamar?
Yeah, it was just with Lamar.
Okay. You've never heard him talk about any...
Other than their whole... I mean...
Right. But nothing...
Now that you say so, it could be possible, but I don't
just what he
know.
said. Yeah.
Because he never said it. He just that...
Has he ever talked about either one of them being lesbian or participating in lesbian activities?
No, just that they were whores and sluts and cheating and stuff like that. Just hoes and tricks and all types of other profanities and things against them.
Have you heard him talk about any kind of mental health issues either before, out in his normal life, before he got in trouble? Have you heard or known him to see any doctors while he's been in here, anything like that?
No, he hasn't seen any doctors while he was in here. On the streets, he didn't claim or say anything about any mental illnesses or anything like that. He actually, it's the very opposite. He went to college, and he's an auditor at a bank. I can't remember what bank he said. But he said that he was an auditor at a bank. And he went to college for it, and he's smart. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he is smart, but just some things that he says are just not right thinking.
Why'd you want to tell us this stuff?
Just because it, like I said, I have a daughter, and that's why I asked him that one day was, why didn't he just, why would he just kill Amanda and Lindy and not kill his wife? Or, I'm sorry, not kill Lamar. And that's where it really began, because that was eating at me, that question. It was really eating at me because I have a daughter. And me and my child's mother, we go at it, but like more verbal. Because my child's mother doesn't know why I want to be in my daughter's life. I have no idea why, and I'm just like, it's like, well, why do you want, my daughter's name's Emily. Why do you want Emily anyways? And I'm like, because she's my daughter and I love her, And we would go at it, and she'd really aggravate me and get under my skin. And I've been very mad at her. I've been very, very mad at her. But I would never dream or think of killing her. And that's where I guess I transfer my thinking to him, because I'm thinking, I'd never kill her. I've been mad, yeah, I've wanted to beat crap out of the dude that she was with or whatever like that. That's why I asked him the question, because I'm like, why would you kill her and not the dude? And because I would love to, and I might get mad at the dude that she's with or stuff like that, but I would never dream or think of killing her, because I'm thinking to myself, and even the girls that I've been with, I tell them, hey, I have a baby mom. She's my child's mother, and you got to respect her. You might not like her, you don't know her, and she's still my child's mother, and we're going to have to get along. We're both parenting, we both take care of the child equally, and I would never dream of killing her. I would never dream of taking away my child's mother. Somebody that I might not have agreements with or I might be mad at, but Emily, my daughter, has nothing to do with our problems. She still has two parents that are going to love her unconditionally and be there for her and help her in any way that we can. And that's where I guess I think of that and I'm like, because I always used to tell Ashley, that's my baby mom, I always used to tell her that when she would get mad at me that Emily was a person and she deserves to have both parents in her life that are going to love her and be there for her. I had to remember the exact wording, I'm sorry, but I always used to tell her that, look, Emily's a person and she deserves to have both of her parents in her life that are going to love her and be there for her because she wouldn't want me to see my daughter. I don't know why, when I was on the street I was doing really good. I had a job, a car, everything was going right. And I used to tell her, she's a person and she deserves to have both of her parents in her life there for her. And that's where I guess I see that. And now I'm very passionate about children. That's one thing. I've taught in Sunday school, little kid Sunday school. They're like 3 years old. I've volunteered VBS, Vacation Bible School. I babysat. I love children. I want more. I'm going to have more, I want at least like 3 more. And people think I'm crazy for that, but I want more children. I used to want like 20, but now I see 5 children now with no mothers. 5 children that are now going to grow up without that extra parent figure there to love them and be there for them. And this man took that away from them, and now you're going to sit there and brag about it and glorify what you did and call them cheating whores and bam, you bitch ain't going to say nothing now, ha 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 ha, and laugh at that. And I'm just like, man, that's sick. It's really sick. It really is.
So his overall attitude about it just turns you off.
Yes, very much. It's really sick.
Yeah.
The things he says and jokes about, they're not jokes. And it's not funny.
You mentioned a word earlier when you were saying what he was telling you he was going to say about this rage and blackout and passion. Did he describe what he meant by that? Or just those words? Did he go into that anymore?
He didn't fully go into it and tell me why it was. Well, I mean, he did a little bit go into why it was a crime of passion. that he was moved by a very emotional disturbance, and that caused him to snap, and he blacked out. He said that Amanda was his wife, and that he loved his wife, and she was kind of, that this is what he would say, not this is what would happen. Because, to be honest with you, personally, I'm not positive on it. I can't say this is what he said, that he knew she wasn't getting back with him. I think he personally knew that. I can't be positive on that one. But he said that he was going to say that he was going to take the stand. It's going to trial. He already told me that because the death penalty is on him and all that other stuff. And I think it serves him right, to be honest with, personally, I really do think it serves him right. And some people some people need it. And he said that he's going to mostly describe it or try to spin it as that he loved his wife, which I don't doubt that he loved his wife. I don't doubt it. He probably did love his wife. And it's just the wrong way, it's like it's an obsession in a sick way, and you knew that you weren't getting back with her, in my opinion, and that she was stringing him along, and that they were still seeing each other, and he went over there all the time, and she cooked the meals and dinner and all this other stuff, and he's like, I got proof of it, I got texts, I got emails, I got all this other stuff to say that, we were talking. And that when he cut her off, but he cut her off like 3 weeks before.
That's what he
stopped.
said.
Yeah, they really became estranged. He said the paper and everything isn't accurate. It's not like they make it. He goes, my wife and I were only really estranged for about 2 to 3 weeks. And that's what he said. He was like, and I got proof to show that and all this other stuff. But that she was stringing him along, and when she did that, when they became, apart and he realized it was over, that he still tried with Amy to make her jealous. He doesn't really care about Amy. I mean, probably as a person, yeah, a friend maybe. Somebody that's actually still talks to him to this day. And I'm like, you only dated him for 2 weeks. I said, wow, I was really shocked that she's still talking to him, comes and sees him, writes him, all that other stuff. It would shock me that he really told me that they were only together for like 2 weeks. It shocks me to that. I'm like, really? And that when she did that and nothing worked, and they were still having she was still having an affair with Lamar, that he was on his way to work, and when he seen that, I don't know how he knew they were there. I honestly don't. He could have looked in the windows. He could have just went in there not thinking. I don't know.
We don't want you to guess. That's fine.
I really don't. And he was on his way, but he did know they were there. And that he just, when he went in the house, he was going to work, and he wasn't going to. And he turned around, and Daddy did tell me, he's like, I should have never turned around. That was another thing.
Did he tell you where he turned around?
He did not. He did not tell me where, but he told me that he was driving by, and he wasn't going to, and that he did leave, and he's like, I should have just went to work. I should have never turned around. But he was saying that more as in not like, he's not remorseful about what he did at all. Like, not at all. Not even one bit. And I've never heard him say, man, I feel bad about what I did to my kids, He's like, man, I wonder if my kids are going to hate me, or if my kids are going to see me because I killed their mother. But that's as far as he's gone, and it wasn't even about the fact that he took their lives. It was just wondering, if his kids were going to talk to him because he killed their mom, and he was not remorseful at all about what he did. And
Just isn't happy that he's in jail.
that's what it was. Like, he was just saying, I should have just went to work, as in he wouldn't be here. He wasn't happy, like you say, he wasn't happy that he was in jail, and
Anything about the night before or that morning? His thoughts, his decision making, anything? Do you know where he was the
I
night
mean,
before or
he's-
the morning? I know you said he hasn't given you a lot of details, so if he hasn't, please just be honest. Tell me no.
I'm gonna be honest with you,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
Anything about the day before, the weekend before, the morning of, other than just I was on my way to work. Okay.
I mean, he did say that it was. He was planning to. He said that he was planning to kill her and Lamar.
Her who?
Amanda.
Okay.
He never said that he planned to kill Lindy, but I don't know if he planned her, but he was definitely wanted to kill her and Lamar. I don't know exactly. Well, I do know why. It's because of the affair and
Do you know how long? Like when he formulated that intent? Did something specific? Did he ever say
when
like how long? Has he ever said how long he knew about it?
he
And then what made it
he
change?
wanted to when he found out about the affair. Like, but I think that's more just talk and anger at that time. You know, like saying stuff you don't mean. Like, he told me that I found out an affair. I should have just fucking killed the dude. Talking about Lamar.
Right.
And maybe all this wouldn't have gotten so far. So he wanted to kill him right then, but I think that was more out of anger and stuff like that. But later when he realized that he still had hope that he was going to get back with his wife. And that's why really he didn't act before then. This is what he told me. No, he had hope.
Okay. Those were his words. That's not your speculating.
Correct.
Okay.
That he had hope that he was still going to get back with his wife and they were going to be a family again. And he really had hope at that she was going to stop having the affair and everything was going to be good. But when he realized that she's not going to stop and that Lindy was talking to Amanda, and that's the reason, a big reason also included in like the affair and all that they split apart and she was not coming back. That's a big reason why she wasn't coming back. And and his thoughts, I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Right.
I mean, she could have just said, you know, I'm not coming back with you ever from the beginning. She could have said that a couple months down the road. I don't know exactly if she said that or when. But in his mind, he thought that he was going to get his wife back. And when he realized that he wasn't, and he's tried everything that he could, he didn't exactly say, you know, like the specific reason why he killed them, but more went around it, like she was cheating and he was mad at her, and the fact that he doesn't like to lose, I could personally put together that he probably felt that he was losing and he snapped on the dude and he knew he wasn't getting his wife back and he blamed Lindy actually for the most part. He blamed Lindy more than Lamar.
Did he ever tell you what led to their relationship going south and her going outside of their marriage to Lamar?
He never said that. I mean, he never said what led to their marriage going south. He just said that before the injunction was filed, that he actually left her first.
Right.
Because he found out that she was having an affair with Lamar.
Right.
And he went to go stay at his sister's.
Right.
And
Typically, people don't normally have affairs if things are great in a relationship. So I just was wondering what his perspective was on why she was cheating, why he felt she was cheating. But if he never told you that, no.
he just said that he did go to his sister's because he found out originally that before the injunction was filed that he left her. But he did say that the reason why he left her wasn't because he actually planned on leaving her.
Right.
It was just more at the time very mad and upset, and they split apart. He went to his sister's. I don't know why, but I mean I can only guess as a guy.
Yeah.
Not wanting to really be in the same room at the time, but he didn't want to divorce her. He didn't want
To be separated from her for good.
Right.
Did he tell you why? Earlier you said that you believe he was driving his sister's car that day. Do you know why he wasn't driving his own?
I don't. I never asked him that.
Okay.
It was just thing. I'm not really sure if he was driving his sister's car. I recall something about his sister's car, and that he had his sister's car.
Okay. What do you know about his family dynamics? Has he ever talked about that as it relates to the murders? Anything?
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. Has he ever talked about his family to you? Meaning his siblings, mother, father?
He has, his mom and dad was mom, and comes and visit him all the time.
But as far as like what type of life he had, has he ever talked about, I had a great life, I had a bad life, I was abused, anything like that?
Well, he said that that he had his children. So it was another thing that made me question him was that he had his children. Like, he said, I don't know if this is true or not, but that Amanda didn't have the kids. That he had full custody of them. I don't know if he had full custody, if she really did see the kids or not, but that's what he said, that he had the kids. And I asked him, well, I didn't ask him, but I was thinking, well, if you had the kids, then really, what's Amanda? It had to be some type of like obsession or something.
Yeah. But anything about his parents or his siblings? He ever talk much about them?
Other than he's seen them, and he wants. Well, he talked about his civil case a lot, like with his children.
The family law case. Okay.
That he's trying to get his siblings to his sisters.
His children to his sisters?
I'm sorry. I'm thinking siblings. But
Yeah.
yes, that in a civil case that his children, he wants his children to go to his sister. And that Amanda's parents are fighting against that. And DCF is also fighting to terminate his rights. But he's trying to get him to his sisters, and that her parents want to take custody of them. And they're in a battle against that. And also with DCF there. And he said there's like a whole bunch of attorneys that go to a civil case. Like, it's just full of attorneys when you walk in.
But nothing about his childhood or anything like that?
Oh, his childhood? No.
Okay.
He's never talked to me about his childhood or anything like that. Just his hobbies. He likes to hunt and fish.
What about any other brushes with the law? Has he ever told you if he's ever been arrested before? Or?
He has one time. That was for the injunction. So he says that he's only been arrested one time.
Okay. No other issues with law enforcement or anything he's ever told you about? Mr. Pierce, I know you've had a lot of conversations with your client probably about this. Anything that you are aware of that he may have not mentioned today that you think is important? Or we can step out?
Yeah, I mean, mostly what he communicated to me was about the blackouts, and that Mr. Colley was saying that he was going to claim crime of passion. That he just snapped.
Right.
But again, he's saying that that's his defense, not that that's what happened.
Correct. No, he fully knew what was going on, what happening, because he's told me. Like, he didn't tell me in detail, like, I did this, and that, but he has told me what he did. He knows what he did. He's told me what he did, and what his intent was, that he did try to actually kill Lamar, and that he did kill Lindy, because he said it many times. You know, 'cause he says, you know, he's comfortable saying that in the dorm, because he already knows that y'all, the state, everybody knows that he's guilty. He goes, it's not a question of guilt anymore. He goes, I'm caught. He goes, it's not a question of guilt anymore. It's a question of why.
Who is he closest to in the dorm? Would you say you or someone else?
Myself and Danny go along. Those are our two closest.
Who's he in a cell with now?
Nobody's by himself. He's in 3 Alpha now, just by himself. But I'm in 1 Alpha next to him, near him. We still talk. We still play cards and stuff like that. The last time he really talked about his case was when he went to civil court, because he was in a really good mood when he came back. Yeah, he was in a very good mood. And I was like, so how'd court go? And he was just very good mood, and he was like, oh, it's great, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he's telling me all about it. And that's when he told me about him leaving his wife. Well, he told me about that before, but he said his sister testified in court that finally the other side is coming out, and
Can't think of anything else. Anything we didn't ask you that you think is important for us to know?
I'm sure when I get back to the dorm I'll remember something.
That's fine.
But in that case, I guess just whenever I see Pierce, I'll write it down
Yeah.
for you guys. I wrote down a whole bunch actually in my dorm, but
You did?
mhm,
It's written down on paper?
yes.
You have a problem giving that to Mr. Pierce?
I do not.
That copy?
Just not today, because I gotta.
Right.
I haven't fully finished it. I got most of it done, and it's like really sloppy. So I was gonna rewrite it, and
Okay.
just the things that I remember that he has told me, and the things he says, the jokes he makes, and
Have you kind of been keeping that like a diary the whole time, or did you kind of, once you decided you wanted to tell your attorney, just start kind of trying to remember it and write it down? You know what I mean?
When I found out that I was gonna,
Okay.
when I told him that,
You wanted to talk?
because it got, it really got too far.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, I really, and honestly am like, I'm sickened by it. Like, that's just,
It's understandable. Yeah, I appreciate you telling Mr. Pierce you wanted to talk to us. Has everything you have told us today been the truth?
yes,
Can I ask you to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that everything you've told us today here in this room has been the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'm going to step out for a minute with Detective English, and we're just going to talk and make sure we don't have any other questions for you, okay? Okay. The recording's still going to be on, so.
Okay.
James Terry Colley Jr. was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 2 burglary counts, and 1 count of aggravated stalking. He was sentenced to death.